Hey, I hope you're ready today to question everything you thought you knew about when civilization actually began. Beneath the sunlit courtyards of Vatican City, beyond Bernini's marble embrace, another realm exists entirely. This is a maze of stone corridors older than the frescoes above, chambers that have never seen daylight. Some hold shelves so ancient the air itself tastes of dust and ink. Others remain sealed behind iron doors whose locks whisper when touched. In the hush of these buried halls, amid the scent of old leather and wax, rest whispers of a chronology the world was never meant to discover. What if the official timeline, beginning 5,000 years ago with Sumerian wedge script, represents not humanity's first chapter, but merely its latest revival? What if entire epics came before, complete with writing, astronomy, and map-making, only to vanish so completely we mistake their resurrection for an origin? A single clay fragment could shatter our understanding of when human sophistication truly began. We won't start with Sumer today. Instead, we'll begin with the traces and classified inventories that suggest something far older was already stirring in prehistory's shadows. Long before the rivers of Mesopotamia saw the first wedge-shaped marks pressed into clay, before scribes in Uruk began their careful accounting of grain and livestock, there existed another language entirely. It lived not in the grand proclamations of kings or the epic verses of gods, but in the quiet marks pressed into clay with reeds and strings, in the grooves carved along bone and antler, in the notches cut into wooden sticks that traveled from one valley to another. This was not yet writing as modern scholars define it, but neither was it mere decoration. It was the clay that spoke before writing existed, a medium carrying meaning we may never fully reconstruct. The official chronicle of human literacy begins around 3100 BCE when cuneiform appears in Uruk, marking what historians consider the birth of written language. But scattered across Anatolia, the Levant, and the Balkans are artifacts that challenge that clean boundary. Some bear repeated, standardized symbols that seem too deliberate to be random markings. Others display the unmistakable geometry of thought, grids and sequences and patterns that imply systematic organization. One of the most compelling examples emerged from the Neolithic settlement of Vinca along the Danube in modern Serbia, where small ceramic tablets dated to roughly 5500 BCE bear symbols unknown in any later script. They appear in consistent sequences, suggesting meaning, yet no Rosetta Stone exists to decode them. Mainstream archaeology calls these marks proto-writing, a precursor to true literacy likely used for trade records or ritual purposes. But there exists another interpretation, quieter and far less accepted in academic circles, that these symbols represent the fractured memory of a much older, global tradition of symbolic communication. It is here that the Vatican's shadow begins to stretch across this ancient mystery. In the sealed portions of its archives, those catalogued in Latin without photographic records, there are references to lamine cum signis ante Babylonem, clay plates bearing signs from before Babylon. The few scholars who have glimpsed them, often under strict oaths of confidentiality, describe them as small and portable, bearing linear sequences arranged in left-to-right order. Unlike Sumerian cuneiform, these symbols are thin, almost etched rather than pressed, and frequently accompanied by simple pictographs of celestial bodies. The Vatican's collection of such items might indicate a much wider distribution of this symbolic system than archaeology has yet confirmed. But not all examples rest in Rome's vaults. In 1908, an Italian missionary in Sudan reported finding a cluster of carved stone pebbles in a dry riverbed. The carvings, despite the stones weathering, matched some of the Vinca symbols, though the site lay thousands of kilometers away from the Danube. His notes mention sending 3 examples to the Curia for preservation, but these specimens have never appeared in public collections. Vatican shipping ledgers for that year contain only a vague entry for mineralia cum scriptura incognita, minerals with unknown script. One of the most intriguing events in this ongoing mystery occurred in 1962, when construction workers near Lake Tiberias in Israel unearthed a large limestone slab covered in deeply incised symbols. Archaeologists initially assumed it was early Canaanite script, but under artificial lighting, the patterns resolved into something entirely different. An alternating sequence of triangles, dots, and angular lines repeated with almost mechanical precision. The slab was taken for studies in Jerusalem, but within months, reports surfaced that it had been misplaced during archival transfer. Whispers among researchers suggested it had been relocated for religious reasons and sent northward, its trail vanishing at the Vatican's gates. The factual foundation underlying these accounts is no longer disputed. The existence of widespread proto-writing traditions predating Mesopotamia has been confirmed at sites from Jiahu in China to Tartaria in Romania, where evidence of symbols used for record-keeping or ritual purposes appears centuries, even millennia, before Sumer. What remains contentious is whether these systems developed independently or represent connected strands of a single, earlier civilization's scriptural heritage. Most historians favor independent invention, arguing that similar human minds naturally develop similar solutions to similar problems. But an undercurrent of dissent exists among certain epigraphers who note the statistical improbability of specific symbol sequences appearing in both Old Europe and prehistoric China without some form of cultural exchange. In the Vatican's internal documents, the few that have surfaced through scholarly memoirs, there are mentions of a comparative symbol analysis project initiated in the early 20th century. This effort allegedly sought to align proto-writing marks from around the world into a master index, identifying overlaps and hypothesizing migration routes. Whether this project was ever completed, or whether its findings proved too controversial for public release, remains unknown. The hypothesis most troubling to conventional chronology suggests that writing did not originate in a single cradle of civilization, but instead re-emerged after a prolonged dark age, following the collapse of an earlier literate world. In this model, Sumerian cuneiform represents simply the most successful revival, benefiting from favorable geography and survival circumstances, while other scripts withered in obscurity. The small tablets and etched stones hidden in private collections, Vatican or otherwise, would serve as the only surviving witnesses to that earlier linguistic epoch. If the Vatican indeed possesses pre-Sumerian texts, even fragmentary ones, they would provide crucial evidence for bridging the deepest gap in human understanding: the transition from the first farmers to the first cities. Yet opening those sealed containers and exposing those tablets to modern analysis would risk more than academic controversy. It would blur the established boundary between prehistory and history, between documented fact and speculative theory, between the known and the forbidden. Consider the implications if such texts were authenticated. A clay tablet bearing organized symbols from 6000 BCE would not simply predate Sumerian writing by millennia. It would suggest that the concept of symbolic record-keeping was far more ancient and widespread than currently believed. The discovery would force historians to reconsider whether early human societies were as isolated as traditionally assumed, or whether networks of communication and trade existed long before the first known civilizations. More significantly, it would raise questions about what other innovations, what other forms of knowledge might have existed in that shadowed period before recorded history began. The geographic distribution of proto-writing sites already hints at such connections, from the Vinca culture of the Balkans to the Jiahu symbols of China, from the Tartaria tablets of Romania to the Despelio tablet of Greece. These early marking systems appear across vast distances with remarkable consistency. Some symbols recur almost identically in locations separated by thousands of kilometers and centuries of time. While mainstream archaeology attributes this to coincidence or the universal nature of human symbolic thinking, the alternative explanation remains persistently intriguing. Perhaps these scattered sites represent the surviving nodes of an ancient communication network, a proto-civilization that used standardized symbols for trade, ritual, or administrative purposes across continents. The Vatican's role in preserving such evidence would align with its historical function as a repository for unusual and potentially controversial materials. For centuries, the Church has served as both patron and guardian of ancient knowledge, sometimes encouraging scholarly investigation, sometimes sheltering sensitive discoveries from premature exposure. In the case of pre-Sumerian writing, the decision to maintain confidentiality might stem from multiple concerns. Theological implications could arise if advanced symbolic systems predated the traditional timeline of human development. Political ramifications might follow if such discoveries challenge national claims to cultural primacy or historical precedents. But there are also practical considerations. Proto-writing systems, lacking bilingual texts or clear contextual markers, resist easy interpretation. Without understanding their meaning, their purpose, or their creators, such artifacts could fuel speculation rather than illuminate truth. The Vatican's approach, if it indeed possesses such materials, might reflect a preference for careful study over sensational revelation, preserving delicate evidence until scholarly methods advance sufficiently to unlock their secrets responsibly. The mystery deepens when we consider the technological sophistication required for widespread symbolic communication. Creating standardized symbols, maintaining consistency across regions, and preserving meaning across generations demands not only individual skill, but organized systems of education and cultural transmission. If proto-writing truly connected distant communities in prehistoric times, it would imply levels of social coordination and intellectual development that challenge conventional assumptions about early human capabilities. Archaeological evidence supports the possibility of such sophistication. The Vinca culture, for instance, produced not only symbolic tablets, but also advanced metallurgy, sophisticated pottery, and large planned settlements. Their society displayed clear signs of specialization, hierarchy, and long-distance trade networks. Similar patterns appear at other proto-writing sites, suggesting that symbolic communication emerged alongside, or perhaps enabled, complex social organization. The correlation between proto-writing and cultural advancement raises intriguing questions about causation. Did symbolic systems facilitate social complexity? Or did complex societies naturally develop symbolic communication? Either way, the implications for understanding human cognitive and cultural evolution remain profound. The most compelling evidence for early symbolic networks comes from the recurring patterns themselves. At Jiahu in China, symbols carved on tortoise shells around 6600 BCE bear striking resemblances to marks found on pottery from contemporaneous sites in Southeast Europe. The symbols appear not as isolated experiments, but as elements of organized systems, suggesting deliberate choice rather than random innovation. Some feature geometric patterns, triangles, spirals, and crosses that appear with suspicious frequency across different cultures and continents. Others represent more complex combinations, sequences that could indicate numerical concepts, astronomical observations, or even primitive grammatical structures. The Vatican's alleged collection of pre-Sumerian texts would represent more than historical curiosities. If genuine, they would constitute primary sources from humanity's intellectual dawn, offering direct glimpses into the minds and concerns of our earliest literate ancestors. Such documents might reveal not only how these ancient peoples recorded information, but what they considered worth recording. Were these tablets concerned with practical matters like trade and taxation? Or did they preserve religious beliefs, historical narratives, or scientific observations? The content could prove as revolutionary as the existence of the writing system itself. Among the most intriguing aspects of the proto-writing enigma is the apparent standardization across vast distances. the Vinca symbols of Serbia, the Karanovo signs of Bulgaria, and the Greatest Nika tablet all share common elements despite being separated by hundreds of kilometers and multiple cultural boundaries. This standardization suggests either remarkable cultural diffusion or the survival of a common ancestral tradition. If the latter interpretation proves correct, it would imply that organized symbolic communication preceded the emergence of distinct regional cultures, possibly serving as a unifying element in early European societies. The role of trade in spreading these symbolic systems cannot be overlooked. Obsidian from central Anatolia appears in Neolithic sites across the Balkans, evidence of extensive exchange networks that could have carried symbolic as well as material goods. Copper ornaments, exotic shells, and rare stones traveled similar routes, accompanied perhaps by the knowledge and symbols necessary for their trade. If standardized symbols facilitated these exchanges, they would represent humanity's first international language, a proto-script that enabled communication across cultural and linguistic boundaries. The Vatican's involvement in preserving traces of this network aligns with its historical role as custodian of cross-cultural knowledge. Medieval chroniclers often noted the Church's interest in ancient symbols and scripts, particularly those that appeared to predate known civilizations. Missionary reports from distant lands frequently mentioned encounters with local symbols that resembled marks known from European or Middle Eastern contexts. These observations, dismissed by secular scholars as coincidental, may have carried greater significance for church authorities attuned to patterns that transcended regional boundaries. One particularly compelling account comes from a Jesuit missionary in 16th century Mexico, who reported seeing symbols carved on pre-Columbian monuments that matched designs he had studied in Roman archives. His letter to the Vatican, preserved in diplomatic correspondence, describes triangular marks intersected by straight lines, patterns that he insisted were identical to symbols on certain tablets in the Church's collection. Whether this represents genuine correspondence or the missionary's imagination remains unclear, but the detailed nature of his descriptions suggests more than casual observation. The archaeological record continues to yield evidence supporting widespread proto-writing traditions. Recent discoveries at Göbekli Tepe in Turkey, a site predating Stonehenge by millennia, include carved symbols that may represent early communication attempts. Similar findings emerge regularly from Neolithic sites across Europe and Asia, gradually expanding the timeline and geographic scope of early symbolic behavior. Each discovery brings us closer to understanding when and where humans first began encoding meaning in durable symbols, creating the foundation for all subsequent writing systems. The question remains whether these scattered examples represent independent innovations or fragments of a lost, unified tradition. The evidence currently available supports both interpretations, creating space for continued debate and investigation. What seems increasingly clear is that symbolic communication has deeper roots in human history than previously recognized, emerging gradually across multiple cultures rather than appearing suddenly in Mesopotamia. This gradual emergence suggests that writing, far from being a single revolutionary breakthrough, represents the culmination of millennia of symbolic experimentation and refinement. The theoretical framework for understanding proto-writing has evolved significantly in recent decades. Early scholars viewed these ancient symbols as primitive precursors to real writing, lacking the grammatical complexity and systematic organization that characterize mature scripts. Modern researchers recognize that this perspective reflects contemporary biases rather than objective analysis. Proto-writing systems may have served different functions than later scripts, emphasizing symbolic meaning over phonetic representation, ritual significance over administrative efficiency. This functional difference explains why proto-writing often appears in religious or ceremonial contexts rather than mundane record-keeping. The symbols may have carried sacred meaning, representing concepts or entities that required preservation beyond ordinary human memory. In this interpretation, the earliest symbolic systems served as bridges between the human and divine realms, encoding knowledge too important to trust to oral transmission alone. The Vatican's interest in such materials would reflect not only historical curiosity but theological significance, preservation of humanity's earliest attempts to record sacred knowledge. The decline of proto-writing traditions remains as mysterious as their origins. Most systems appear to have disappeared gradually, leaving only scattered examples in the archaeological record. Some may have evolved into regional scripts that eventually died out, replaced by more successful writing systems from neighboring cultures. Others might have persisted longer than currently recognized, surviving in isolated communities or specialized contexts before finally succumbing to changing cultural conditions. The possibility that fragments of these traditions survived into historical times adds another dimension to the Vatican mystery. If early Christian missionaries encountered communities still using ancient symbolic systems, they might have collected examples for study or preservation. Such materials would have passed into church archives as curiosities or relics, valued more for their antiquity than their linguistic significance. Over centuries, their origins and meanings would have been forgotten, leaving only the symbols themselves as mute witnesses to humanity's earliest experiments in written communication. As modern scholarship develops new techniques for analyzing ancient materials, the prospects for understanding proto-writing continue to improve. Digital imaging reveals details invisible to earlier researchers, while statistical analysis identifies patterns that might otherwise go unnoticed. Genetic studies of ancient populations provide context for understanding how symbolic systems might have spread or evolved. Climatological data illuminates the environmental conditions under which these systems flourished or declined. The convergence of these analytical approaches offers hope for eventually deciphering proto-writing systems, whether they exist in public museums or private collections. But such progress depends on access to original materials, comprehensive documentation, and collaborative research across disciplinary boundaries. The Vatican's alleged holdings, if they exist, represent potentially crucial pieces of this puzzle. Their release for scientific study could accelerate understanding of humanity's earliest symbolic traditions, while advancing broader knowledge of cognitive and cultural evolution. The implications extend far beyond academic archaeology into fundamental questions about human nature and development. When did our species acquire the cognitive capacity for abstract symbolic thinking? How early did we develop the social structures necessary for maintaining consistent symbolic traditions across generations? What other intellectual achievements might have flourished in prehistoric times, leaving only fragmentary traces in the archaeological record? The proto-writing enigma also raises questions about the relationship between symbolic and spoken language. Did early symbolic systems represent independent communication methods, or did they emerge as supplements to existing oral traditions? The answer could illuminate the cognitive processes underlying language development and provide insights into how modern writing systems evolved from earlier forms. Understanding these relationships might also reveal whether proto-writing represents a universal stage in human cultural development or a specialized innovation that emerged only under specific historical conditions. For now, the mystery persists, sustained by tantalizing fragments scattered across museums, private collections, and rumored Vatican vaults. Each new discovery adds pieces to the puzzle, while raising fresh questions about the scope and significance of early symbolic communication. The symbols themselves remain largely silent, their meanings locked away by the passage of millennia and the absence of contextual information. But their very existence continues to whisper possibilities that could fundamentally transform our understanding of when and how human civilization first began to flourish. If standardized symbols truly connected distant communities in networks of communication and trade, then the foundations of human civilization may be far older and more sophisticated than traditional models allow. The question is not whether we are prepared for such a revelation, but whether we possess the intellectual courage to follow the evidence wherever it leads, even into territories that challenge our most cherished assumptions about human development and the origins of literate society. For in the end, these ancient marks represent more than archaeological curiosities. They embody humanity's earliest attempts to transcend the limitations of individual memory and temporal existence, creating durable records that could speak across the centuries to future generations ready to listen. If those ancient proto-writing systems truly facilitated trade across vast distances, then the question becomes inevitable. How did these early merchants and travelers navigate? How did they know where they were going? And more importantly, how did they record the routes for others to follow? The answer may lie hidden in one of history's most perplexing puzzles: the existence of maps that appear to depict the world as it was thousands of years before any known civilization supposedly had the capability to create them. These are not the rough sketches we might expect from primitive societies, but detailed, accurate cartographic works that seem to preserve coastlines and geographical features from an age when the sea level was dramatically different from today. The most famous example that has survived into the public domain is the Piri Reis map, drawn in 1513 by an Ottoman admiral who claimed to have compiled it from 20 ancient charts and mappa mundi, some allegedly dating back to the time of Alexander the Great. While medieval maps are common enough, what makes the Piri Reis map extraordinary is what it appears to show: not only the western coast of Africa and South America, but controversially, the northern coastline of Antarctica depicted without its ice cover. Modern geological consensus holds that Antarctica has been buried under ice for thousands upon thousands of years, creating an immediate paradox. Either the map contains wild inaccuracies, or it was somehow based on source materials that recorded the continent's coastline from a time when it was ice-free. The admiral himself acknowledged that his work was a compilation, writing in the margins that he had gathered charts from various sources, including some that supposedly came from a sailor who had sailed with Columbus and others that were described as ancient maps from the libraries of the East. This raises the tantalizing possibility that somewhere in the scattered archives of the world, fragments of a much older cartographic tradition have survived, passed down through generations of scribes and scholars, copied and recopied until their ultimate origins became obscured by the mists of time. It is here that the Vatican's role as a repository of ancient knowledge becomes particularly significant. In the private correspondence between 16th century scholars that has survived in various European archives, there are multiple references to maps from the old libraries of the East being sent to Rome for safekeeping and study. One letter, preserved in the personal papers of a minor bishop, describes a chart of southern lands so accurate that it may have been drawn before the sea swallowed its present shores. The letter's recipient was identified as a Vatican cartographer who had been tasked with updating the Church's official world maps for missionary purposes. The idea that these southern charts might depict pre-flood coastlines becomes more compelling when we consider what modern oceanography has revealed about sea level changes since the last ice age. When the great ice sheets began melting roughly 12,000 years ago, sea levels rose by more than 100 meters, drowning vast areas of what had previously been habitable land. Entire continental shelves that had once supported rivers, forests, and potentially human settlements now lie beneath hundreds of feet of ocean water. If sophisticated seafaring civilizations had existed during the Ice Age or in its immediate aftermath, their coastal settlements and the maps they created would have been among the first casualties of the rising seas. The Persian Gulf provides one of the most striking examples of this process. Today's Gulf is a relatively shallow body of water, but during the Ice Age, much of it was dry land, crossed by the ancient courses of the Tigris and Euphrates rivers as they flowed toward a shoreline that lay far to the southeast of its current position. Archaeological surveys using sonar and underwater exploration have indeed found evidence of ancient river channels beneath the Gulf's waters, precisely where geological models predict they should be. If cities or settlements had existed along these vanished rivers, they would now lie beneath the waves, their existence detectable only through the most sophisticated underwater archaeology. This is where one of the Vatican's most mysterious holdings allegedly comes into play. Among the restricted manuscripts in its archives, those catalogued in Latin and kept from public view, there are said to be several volumes referred to by archivists as the Chronicon Divi, written in medieval Latin but claimed to be translations from much older sources. These volumes purportedly describe 9 cities laid upon the plains of the Eastern Sea and detail how their walls were lost to the Great Rising. The descriptions are reportedly not allegorical or mythical in nature, but practical and specific, speaking of measurements, of the number of days the waters took to rise, and of how far inland ships could sail when the flood reached its height. The Eastern Sea is not explicitly named in these accounts, but marginal notes in a later hand suggest it was the Persian Gulf. If such records are authentic, they would describe cities that existed in what is now the shallow seabed of the Gulf, an area that geological evidence confirms would have been fertile, habitable land before sea levels rose to cover it. The precision of the geographical markers described in these texts, according to the few scholars who claim to have read them, suggests that the original authors were recording actual locations that could theoretically still be found if one knew exactly where to look beneath the Gulf's waters. The strange event that deepens this particular mystery occurred in the early 18th century, when a Jesuit scholar traveling through Basra reported being shown a set of small bronze discs by a local antiquities dealer. Each disc bore a central hole and concentric rings of tiny punched marks arranged in patterns that resembled star maps. But the dealer claimed they had been found alongside carved stones that fishermen occasionally brought up from the Gulf's shallows. These stones were said to be marked with lines and spirals, patterns that the Jesuit noted bore similarity to those found on Neolithic pottery from sites far inland. The scholar purchased both the discs and several of the carved stones, shipping them to Rome for study under the notation that they were acquired for the benefit of the Holy See. While no such objects exist in the Vatican's public collections today, shipping manifests from that period list a crate marked as containing basalt and bronze materials, origin undisclosed, arriving from the port of Basra. This kind of careful documentation of unusual acquisitions was typical of the Vatican's approach to potentially significant archaeological materials, preserving not only the objects themselves, but also detailed records of their provenance and the circumstances of their discovery. The broader implications of such findings extend far beyond any single collection or archive, if accurate maps of pre-flood coastlines have indeed survived, either in the Vatican's vaults or in other repositories around the world. They would provide unprecedented evidence for the existence of sophisticated seafaring civilizations during or immediately after the last ice age. Such civilizations would necessarily have possessed not only advanced shipbuilding and navigation techniques, but also the mathematical and observational skills required for accurate cartographic survey work. The technical challenges involved in creating accurate maps cannot be overstated. Determining latitude requires sophisticated understanding of celestial mechanics and precise astronomical observation. Calculating longitude remained difficult even for European navigators until the development of accurate chronometers in the 18th century. Yet, if the Piri Reis map and similar documents truly derive from ancient sources, their creators must have possessed solutions to these navigational problems thousands of years before they were supposedly first solved. One of the most intriguing aspects of the cartographic mystery involves the repeated appearance of certain geographical features across different maps and sources. The Piri Reis map is not the only medieval or early modern chart to show unusual geographical details. The Oronteus Finaeus map of 1531, now held in the Library of Congress, appears to depict Antarctica with remarkable accuracy for its time, showing the continent in a roughly triangular shape that matches modern satellite imagery. Even more puzzling, it seems to show the continent's interior features, including mountain ranges and river systems that would only be visible if the ice sheet were absent. While mainstream historians and cartographers attribute such apparent accuracy to educated guesswork and the compilation of partial information from various sources, the statistical probability of achieving such precision through random speculation seems remarkably low. An alternative explanation, whispered about in certain academic circles but rarely discussed openly, is that these medieval mapmakers had access to source materials of genuinely ancient origin. Charts that preserved geographical information from a time when the world's coastlines and ice coverage were fundamentally different from today. The Vatican's alleged collection of such source materials would fit perfectly with the institution's historical role as a repository for knowledge from across the known world. For more than a millennium, the Church maintained extensive networks of missionaries, scholars, and diplomats who traveled to the farthest reaches of the inhabited world. These individuals often served as collectors of local knowledge, including geographical information, astronomical observations, and historical traditions. Materials gathered through such networks would naturally have found their way into the Vatican's archives, where they would have been preserved alongside more conventional religious and administrative documents. The decision to keep such cartographic materials from public view might stem from several practical considerations. First, without proper context or authentication, unusual maps could easily be dismissed as fraudulent or misinterpreted in ways that would generate more confusion than clarity. Second, the geopolitical implications of ancient maps showing different coastlines or claiming territories could prove diplomatically sensitive, especially during periods when European powers were actively competing for overseas territories. Third, the theological implications of maps that seem to contradict established chronologies of human development might require careful consideration before release. The Vatican's approach to such materials appears to have been consistently conservative, favoring preservation over publicity. This strategy has arguably served scholarship well in many cases, ensuring that fragile documents and artifacts survive for future study rather than being damaged or destroyed through premature exposure. However, it also means that potentially revolutionary evidence for early human achievements may remain locked away, unavailable to the scientific community that could best evaluate its significance. The geographical scope of the cartographic anomalies extends far beyond the Mediterranean and Middle East. Maps and geographical references from various cultures and time periods contain similar puzzles. Chinese maps from the Ming Dynasty show Pacific islands and landmasses that don't correspond to modern geography. Indigenous American traditions preserve remarkably accurate geographical knowledge of regions that early European explorers found difficult to map. Norse sagas describe lands and sailing routes that seem to demonstrate sophisticated understanding of North Atlantic geography centuries before such knowledge was supposedly available. These diverse sources suggest that advanced geographical knowledge may have been more widespread in the ancient world than conventional history acknowledges. If such knowledge derived from a common source, perhaps a global tradition of seafaring and exploration that flourished before recorded history, it would explain the recurring appearance of cartographic anomalies across different cultures and continents. The Vatican's rumored collection of ancient maps and geographical treatises could represent fragments of this lost tradition, preserved through the institution's unique position as a nexus for knowledge from around the world. One particularly compelling account that supports this interpretation comes from the archives of a 16th-century Spanish monastery. where a chronicle describes the arrival of an elderly monk carrying a collection of charts that he claimed had been copied from pre-Columbian sources in the New World. According to the chronicle, these charts showed not only the familiar coastlines of the Americas, but also depicted islands and land masses in the Pacific that Spanish explorers would not encounter for another century. The monk insisted that these were copies of much older originals, preserved in indigenous temples and passed down through generations of native astronomers and navigators. The monastery's archives indicate that these charts were eventually sent to Rome, along with a detailed report on their potential significance for missionary work in the Pacific. While no trace of these specific documents exists in public Vatican collections today, the careful documentation of their transfer suggests that they were considered sufficiently important to warrant preservation in the Church's most secure archives. The fact that they originated from indigenous American sources also raises intriguing questions about the global extent of ancient cartographic knowledge and the possibility that similar traditions existed in other parts of the world. The technical sophistication required for accurate long-distance navigation and cartography cannot be achieved overnight. It represents the culmination of generations of accumulated knowledge, careful observation, and systematic record-keeping. If the maps allegedly preserved in the Vatican's archives truly derive from ancient sources, they would necessarily represent the products of mature, sophisticated civilizations with extensive maritime experience. Such civilizations would have required not only advanced shipbuilding techniques, but also complex social and economic systems capable of supporting long-distance exploration and trade. Archaeological evidence for such sophisticated maritime cultures is beginning to emerge from underwater excavations around the world. Submerged settlements off the coasts of India, the Mediterranean, and the Americas demonstrate that human coastal populations were indeed affected by rising sea levels after the last ice age. Some of these settlements show evidence of sophisticated planning and construction techniques that suggest their inhabitants possessed advanced engineering knowledge. If such populations also possessed advanced navigation and cartographic skills, the maps in the Vatican's collection could represent genuine records of their achievements. The dating of these potential source materials presents another layer of complexity. Medieval references to ancient charts often use vague temporal markers like from the time of Alexander or from before the flood, making it difficult to establish precise chronologies. However, if these charts truly record pre-flood coastlines, they would necessarily date to at least 10,000 years ago, placing them in the early Holocene period when rising sea levels were dramatically reshaping the world's geography. This would make them contemporary with some of the earliest known human settlements and agricultural developments, suggesting that maritime exploration and sophisticated geographical knowledge developed much earlier than traditionally assumed. The implications for our understanding of early human capabilities are profound. If ancient civilizations possessed the mathematical, astronomical, and engineering knowledge necessary for accurate cartography, what other achievements might they have accomplished that have been lost to time? The traditional narrative of human development as a steady progression from primitive hunter-gatherers to sophisticated urban civilizations might require fundamental revision if evidence emerges for complex societies with advanced technical capabilities existing much earlier than previously thought. The Vatican's role in this potential revision would be that of custodian and gatekeeper, preserving crucial evidence while carefully controlling its release to the scholarly community. This approach reflects the institution's long-standing tradition of cautious scholarship, emphasizing careful study and verification over sensational revelation. However, it also means that some of the most important evidence for early human achievements may remain inaccessible to the researchers who could best evaluate its significance and implications. Modern technology offers unprecedented opportunities for studying ancient cartographic materials without damaging them. digital imaging techniques can reveal details invisible to earlier scholars, while computer analysis can identify patterns and relationships that might otherwise go unnoticed. Satellite archaeology and underwater exploration are revealing new evidence for ancient settlements and geographical changes that could provide context for understanding unusual maps and geographical references. The combination of these new tools with traditional scholarly methods could potentially unlock the secrets of the Vatican's cartographic collection, if access could be arranged. The question of whether such access will ever be granted remains open. The Vatican has occasionally allowed limited scholarly access to restricted materials, particularly when new technologies or analytical methods promise to reveal information that could not be obtained through previous study. However, such permissions are typically granted only to established scholars working within carefully controlled parameters, and the results of their research may be subject to review before publication. For now, the mystery of the pre-flood maps continues to tantalize researchers and fuel speculation about the true extent of ancient human achievements. Each new discovery of underwater ruins or unusual cartographic references adds pieces to the puzzle, while raising fresh questions about the scope and sophistication of early maritime civilizations. The maps themselves, whether in Vatican vaults or other repositories, remain largely silent, their secrets locked away by institutional caution and the passage of millennia. Yet the very existence of these cartographic anomalies, whether in public collections like the Piri Reis map or in rumored private archives, continues to challenge conventional assumptions about when and how humans first began to systematically explore and map their world. They suggest that the urge to understand and record geographical knowledge may be as old as civilization itself, and that our ancestors may have achieved remarkable feats of navigation and exploration long before the age of supposed discovery. The coastlines shown on these mysterious maps represent more than geographical features. They embody humanity's eternal relationship with the sea, our drive to explore beyond the horizon, and our need to preserve knowledge for future generations. If the Vatican truly guards charts that show the world as it was before the Great Flood, they preserve not just geographical information, but also the dreams and achievements of civilizations that rose and fell before recorded history began. In the deepest vaults beneath St. Peter's Basilica, perhaps there rests a collection of charts unlike any seen in modern times. Their parchment may be brittle with age, their ink faded to brown, but the lines they trace could depict shores that vanished beneath the waves when the Ice Age ended. To see them would be to glimpse not only geography, but history itself, the outline of a world we no longer inhabit, mapped by hands we no longer remember. And if such charts exist, they carry with them an implicit promise that those who measured the seas possess the knowledge and skill to measure other things as well. For navigation requires not only understanding of terrestrial geography, but also intimate knowledge of the celestial sphere, the movement of stars and planets that provide the only reliable reference points for travelers venturing beyond sight of land. The transition from earthbound surveying to celestial navigation represents one of humanity's greatest intellectual leaps, requiring mathematical sophistication, careful observation, and systematic record-keeping over multiple generations. If the alleged Vatican maps truly derive from ancient sources, their creators must have possessed not only geographical knowledge, but also astronomical expertise of the highest order. This raises the compelling possibility that the same civilizations that mapped vanished coastlines also charted the movements of the heavens, creating star catalogs and astronomical tables that could have influenced the development of later scientific traditions. The convergence of terrestrial and celestial mapping would have been both practical and profound. Practical, because accurate navigation required understanding of both domains. Profound, because the act of mapping both earth and sky reflects a comprehensive worldview that sees pattern and order in both terrestrial and celestial realms. Such a worldview represents sophisticated philosophical and scientific thinking that challenges conventional assumptions about the intellectual capabilities of ancient peoples. The Vatican's collection, if it includes both terrestrial maps and astronomical materials from the same ancient sources, could provide unprecedented insight into the integrated knowledge systems of early civilizations. Such materials would demonstrate not just technical capability, but also the cultural and intellectual framework within which that capability developed. They would show us not just what our ancestors achieved, but how they understood their place in the cosmos and their relationship to the natural world that surrounded them both on Earth and in the heavens above. Those who possessed the knowledge to chart vanished coastlines and navigate across ancient seas would have necessarily mastered another domain entirely, one that stretched infinitely above their heads and provided the only reliable reference points for travelers venturing beyond sight of familiar landmarks. Long before the priests of Sumer looked up at the night sky and carved the paths of Venus into clay tablets, before Egyptian astronomers calculated the flooding of the Nile by observing the heliacal rising of Sirius, there were others who watched the heavens with a precision that seems almost impossible, given the tools supposedly available to them. These were not the casual skywatchers of popular imagination, noting only the most obvious celestial events, but systematic observers who tracked planetary cycles, predicted eclipses, and created star maps of stunning accuracy. They did not call themselves astronomers, for that word would not exist for tens of centuries. Yet they observed with mathematical precision that rivals modern measurements and built monuments aligned to celestial events with margins of error measured in fractions of degrees. The ruins of their sky-watching traditions still stand in scattered locations around the world, silent testimony to knowledge that supposedly should not have existed. Megalithic circles, stone avenues, and towering pillars aligned to solstices and equinoxes with uncanny accuracy dot the landscape from the British Isles to the Andes Mountains. Most famous among these is Stonehenge, whose massive trilithons frame the summer solstice sunrise with millimeter precision. But it represents only the most visible example of a phenomenon that appears to span continents and millennia. In the highlands of southern Anatolia, at the archaeological site of Göbekli Tepe, massive T-shaped pillars carved with animals and abstract symbols have been dated to around 9600 BCE, making them older not only than Stonehenge, but than pottery itself. Several of these pillars are oriented toward specific points on the horizon where certain bright stars would have risen during the monument's period of construction, suggesting that its builders possessed sophisticated understanding of stellar positions and movements. The mainstream archaeological interpretation treats these alignments as evidence that even hunter-gatherer societies could develop advanced astronomical knowledge for ritual or seasonal purposes. But there exists another explanation, one that whispers through certain academic corridors and finds expression in the Vatican's most restricted archives. That these monuments were built not by isolated groups discovering astronomy anew, but by the inheritors of a much older and more sophisticated tradition of celestial observation that stretched back into the mists of prehistory. It is in this context that the Vatican's rumored collection of astronomical materials takes on profound significance. For among the sealed holdings in its deepest archives are said to be manuscripts describing tabulae astrorum antiquissimi, most ancient star tables, written in careful medieval Latin, but claiming to represent translations of records far older than any known civilization. What sets these alleged star tables apart from conventional medieval astronomical works is not their sophistication, though that is considerable, but their temporal reference frame. The star positions they describe correspond not to the medieval period when they were copied, nor to classical antiquity when such knowledge was supposedly first systematized, but to positions that the stars occupied thousands of years earlier, when the Earth's axial precession had oriented the celestial sphere very differently than it appears today. The phenomenon of precession, caused by the slow wobble of Earth's rotational axis, shifts the apparent positions of stars over long periods, causing different stars to serve as pole stars and altering the seasonal positions of constellations. Modern astronomy can calculate these ancient positions with great accuracy, making it possible to determine when specific star configurations would have been visible. The implications of star tables that accurately reflect such ancient configurations are staggering. Either medieval scribes possessed mathematical capabilities that allowed them to calculate precession and retrodict ancient star positions, which seems unlikely given the level of astronomical knowledge available at the time. Or they were copying from source materials that genuinely recorded observations made during the periods those star positions describe. If the latter interpretation is correct, it would mean that systematic astronomical observation and record-keeping existed thousands of years before the supposed dawn of civilization, practiced by cultures whose names have been lost to history but whose celestial observations survived through chains of transmission that eventually reached the Vatican's archives. The mysterious astronomical materials in the Vatican's collection are not limited to manuscript sources. Among the items catalogued under the cryptic designation Instrumenta Coelestia Antiqua, ancient celestial instruments, are said to be several bronze discs bearing intricate patterns of holes and markings. These objects, according to the few scholars who claim to have examined them, resemble nothing so much as three-dimensional star maps, with the holes representing individual stars and their relative positions corresponding to specific celestial configurations. The precision of these bronze instruments would have required not only accurate observational data, but also sophisticated metalworking techniques and mathematical understanding of spherical geometry. The most intriguing of these alleged artifacts is described as a bronze disc approximately 30 centimeters in diameter, covered with concentric circles of precisely drilled holes connected by thin etched lines. The pattern, according to those who have studied it, corresponds exactly to the constellation patterns visible from the latitude of the eastern Mediterranean approximately 12,000 years ago. The disc's central hole is positioned to represent the pole star of that era, which was not Polaris as it is today, but a star in the constellation Draco. The precision of the alignments and the accuracy of the precession calculations implied by the disc's design suggest that its creators possessed astronomical knowledge of remarkable sophistication. The strange event that brought these bronze sky discs to the Vatican's attention occurred in 1902, when a Franciscan scholar working in Jerusalem reported being approached by a local antiquities dealer who claimed to have discovered a cache of small bronze objects in a cave near the Dead Sea. The objects, according to the dealer's account, had been found alongside fragments of deteriorated cloth and papyrus too fragile to preserve. Each bronze piece was circular, with a central hole, and bore patterns of tiny punched marks arranged in configurations that resembled star charts. The Franciscan scholar, recognizing their potential astronomical significance, purchased the entire collection and arranged for their shipment to Rome for detailed study. The arrival of these objects in the Vatican's collection is documented in shipping records that survive to this day, though the objects themselves have never been displayed publicly or described in any official publication. A few decades after their acquisition, an obscure Vatican astronomical bulletin made brief mention of bronze sky plates of undetermined origin being held under theological review. But no further details were provided. The fact that these objects required theological rather than purely archaeological evaluation suggests that their implications extended beyond mere historical curiosity into questions that touched on fundamental beliefs about human development and the origins of scientific knowledge. The bronze discs represent only one category of unusual astronomical artifacts allegedly preserved in the Vatican's vaults. Written sources describing advanced astronomical knowledge from prehistoric periods form another significant component of the collection. Among the most significant of these is said to be a bound manuscript known to its few scholarly readers as the Codex Stellarum, written on blackened vellum in gold and silver ink. The text, according to those who have glimpsed it, contains star charts depicting constellations as they appeared more than 14,000 years ago, during the last ice age, when human societies were supposedly limited to small bands of hunter-gatherers with no permanent settlements or sophisticated cultural traditions. The star charts in the Codex Stellarum are remarkable, not only for their antiquity, but for their accuracy and detail. They show not only the major constellations familiar to modern astronomers, but also include notations for individual stars, planetary positions, and astronomical phenomena such as eclipses and meteor showers. Most significantly, the charts include a symbol that appears repeatedly throughout the manuscript. An elongated S-like mark lying on its side, placed next to certain star groupings. No equivalent symbol exists in classical Western astronomy, but similar marks have been found in rock art from the Sahara Desert and on pottery fragments from Neolithic Anatolia, suggesting that this astronomical notation system may have been more widespread than any surviving records indicate. The question of how such detailed astronomical knowledge could have been preserved across thousands of years without written records leads to one of the most compelling aspects of the Vatican's alleged astronomical collection. The consistency of the symbolic system across different manuscripts and artifacts suggests not random survival of isolated observations, but the preservation of a coherent astronomical tradition that maintained its integrity across vast spans of time. This would require not only initial observations of extraordinary accuracy, but also systematic methods for preserving and transmitting astronomical knowledge across generations. The technological requirements for such accurate astronomical observation should not be underestimated. Determining precise star positions requires instruments capable of measuring angles to fractions of degrees, systematic observation over multiple seasonal cycles to account for atmospheric variations, and mathematical methods for calculating and predicting celestial movements. The fact that ancient peoples could achieve such precision with tools available thousands of years ago suggests either remarkable ingenuity in instrument design or the inheritance of established observational techniques from even earlier periods. Archaeological evidence supports the possibility of sophisticated prehistoric astronomical instruments. The Nebra sky disk, discovered in Germany and dated to approximately 1600 BCE, represents one of the earliest known attempts to combine astronomical observation with portable instrumentation. The bronze disc bears gold symbols representing the sun, moon, and stars, along with arcs that appear to indicate the range of sunset positions throughout the year. While the Nebra disc is impressive for its time period, it also raises questions about the developmental trajectory of such instruments. Did Bronze Age European cultures independently invent sophisticated astronomical tools, or were they adapting and refining techniques inherited from much earlier traditions? The Vatican's collection, if it indeed includes examples of prehistoric astronomical instruments, could provide crucial evidence for resolving such questions. Bronze discs, stone calculating devices, or even detailed descriptions of observational techniques preserved in ancient manuscripts could illuminate the true sophistication of prehistoric astronomy and its relationship to later developments in scientific knowledge. The decision to keep such materials from public view might reflect not only their fragility, but also their potential to fundamentally alter our understanding of when and how systematic scientific observation first developed. The global distribution of apparently sophisticated astronomical monuments adds another dimension to the mystery. From Newgrange in Ireland to Angkor Wat in Cambodia, from the medicine wheels of North America to the stone circles of southern Africa, cultures separated by vast distances and supposedly lacking contact with each other created monuments that demonstrate remarkably similar astronomical knowledge. The consistency of this knowledge across different continents suggests either independent discovery of astronomical principles by multiple cultures or the diffusion of astronomical knowledge through networks of contact that existed much earlier than conventional history acknowledges. The Vatican's role as a repository for knowledge from around the world would have made it a natural gathering point for astronomical materials from diverse sources. Missionary reports from distant lands frequently mentioned encounters with local astronomical traditions that seemed to preserve knowledge of remarkable antiquity. In many cases, these traditions included specific observations or predictions that could be verified against known astronomical phenomena, lending credibility to claims about their accuracy and age. One particularly compelling account comes from a Jesuit missionary in 16th century Peru, who reported that local astronomers demonstrated knowledge of planetary cycles and eclipse predictions that rivaled European capabilities. More significantly, these astronomers claimed that their knowledge derived from stone records created by ancestors who had observed the heavens before the Great Flood that reshaped the world. The missionaries' detailed notes on these conversations were sent to Rome along with copies of the stone inscriptions that supposedly contained the astronomical data. Though neither the notes nor the inscriptions have appeared in any public Vatican collection. The question of how astronomical knowledge could survive catastrophic events, such as floods or other natural disasters, brings us to one of the most intriguing aspects of the Vatican's rumored astronomical archive. If accurate star tables and astronomical observations have indeed been preserved from prehistoric periods, they would represent not only scientific achievements, but also remarkable feats of cultural preservation. Maintaining astronomical records across thousands of years would require institutional continuity, systematic copying and verification of data, and probably multiple backup copies stored in different locations to guard against loss. The Vatican's own history as a preserving institution suggests methods by which such long-term preservation might be achieved. The Church has maintained archives for more than a millennium, developing sophisticated techniques for preserving fragile materials and ensuring the continuity of important documents across changing political and social conditions. If similar institutions or traditions existed in prehistoric times, they could theoretically have preserved astronomical records across much longer periods than any known historical archive. The astronomical implications of such preservation extend far beyond the mere existence of ancient star tables. If prehistoric astronomers possessed the observational capabilities and mathematical sophistication implied by accurate star charts from 14,000 years ago, they would necessarily have understood fundamental principles of celestial mechanics that were not supposed to be discovered until the development of modern astronomy. This includes not only the phenomenon of precession, which was not formally described until Hipparchus in the 2nd century BCE, but also the elliptical nature of planetary orbits, the relationship between Earth's rotation and stellar positions, and possibly even the spherical nature of Earth itself. The mathematical requirements for such astronomical work cannot be overstated. Calculating precession requires understanding of angular mathematics, long-term data collection spanning multiple generations, and conceptual frameworks sophisticated enough to distinguish between apparent stellar motion caused by Earth's axial wobble and actual stellar proper motion. The fact that these calculations appear to have been performed accurately thousands of years before they were supposedly first achieved suggests either remarkable mathematical genius among prehistoric peoples or the inheritance of mathematical techniques from even earlier periods. The relationship between astronomical observation and other forms of advanced knowledge adds yet another layer of complexity to the mystery. Accurate astronomical work requires not only mathematical and observational skills, but also sophisticated timekeeping methods, understanding of geographical coordinates, and probably written or symbolic systems for recording and preserving data. The existence of advanced astronomical knowledge in prehistoric periods would therefore imply the simultaneous existence of other advanced capabilities that would collectively represent a level of cultural sophistication far exceeding conventional estimates for early human societies. The Vatican's approach to these implications appears to have been characteristically cautious, preserving potentially revolutionary materials while carefully controlling access to them. This approach reflects not only institutional conservatism, but also recognition that premature release of inadequately contextualized evidence could generate more confusion than clarity. Astronomical claims are particularly susceptible to misinterpretation and sensationalism, making careful scholarly evaluation essential before any public presentation of unusual materials. The few scholars who claim to have studied portions of the Vatican's astronomical collection describe a body of material that appears internally consistent and technically sophisticated. The star positions recorded in various manuscripts correspond accurately to calculated positions for the time periods they claim to represent. The astronomical symbols and notations appear systematically throughout different texts, suggesting a coherent tradition rather than random speculation. The mathematical relationships implicit in eclipse predictions and planetary calculations demonstrate understanding of celestial mechanics that required both theoretical knowledge and extensive empirical observation. Perhaps most significantly, the astronomical materials appear to be integrated with geographical and historical information in ways that suggest their creators understood the relationships between celestial observation, terrestrial navigation, and long-term historical record-keeping. Star charts are accompanied by geographical references that correspond to known prehistoric landscapes. Eclipse records include descriptions of simultaneous terrestrial events that can sometimes be verified through archaeological or geological evidence. The overall impression is of a knowledge system that encompassed multiple domains of systematic observation and record-keeping. The question of why such advanced astronomical knowledge disappeared from the historical record, only to be slowly rediscovered over many millennia, brings us to one of the most troubling implications of the Vatican's alleged collection. If sophisticated astronomical observation and calculation were indeed practiced in prehistoric times, their loss suggests either gradual cultural decline over extended periods or sudden catastrophic disruption that destroyed not only the knowledge itself, but also the institutions and social systems that supported its development and preservation. Archaeological evidence provides some support for both possibilities. Many prehistoric cultures that achieved remarkable levels of sophistication appear to have declined gradually, leaving behind monuments and artifacts whose original purposes were forgotten by later inhabitants of the same regions. Other cultures show evidence of sudden disruption, with advanced settlements abandoned rapidly and never reoccupied. In either case, the loss of astronomical knowledge would represent one of the most significant intellectual disasters in human history, comparable to the destruction of the Library of Alexandria, but occurring on a much larger scale and over much longer time periods. The Vatican's role in preserving fragments of this lost knowledge would therefore extend beyond mere historical curiosity into questions of cultural responsibility and intellectual heritage. If the astronomical materials in its collection truly represent survivors of prehistoric scientific traditions, they would constitute irreplaceable evidence for capabilities that humanity once possessed but subsequently lost. The decision of when and how to make such evidence available for scholarly study would involve balancing multiple considerations, including the fragility of the materials, the complexity of their interpretation, and the potential impact of their revelations on established understanding of human development. The relationship between prehistoric astronomy and later developments in scientific knowledge presents another fascinating aspect of the mystery. If advanced astronomical observation was indeed practiced thousands of years before the supposed dawn of science, it raises questions about the continuity of scientific tradition and the mechanisms by which knowledge is transmitted across cultural boundaries and temporal gaps. Did the astronomical knowledge preserved in the Vatican's collection influence later developments in Greek, Islamic, or medieval European astronomy? Or does it represent a completely independent tradition that developed and disappeared without affecting subsequent scientific work? The answer to this question could significantly alter our understanding of how scientific knowledge develops and spreads. The conventional narrative presents science as a cumulative process in which each generation builds upon the achievements of its predecessors, with occasional revolutionary breakthroughs that reorganize existing knowledge. If prehistoric astronomical traditions existed independently of this supposed linear development, it would suggest that scientific capability can emerge, flourish, and disappear multiple times in human history, with only fragmentary connections between different episodes of scientific development. The implications for modern science are equally profound. If human beings were capable of sophisticated astronomical observation and mathematical calculation thousands of years ago, it suggests that scientific capability is not necessarily tied to particular technological or social conditions, but may represent a more fundamental aspect of human cognitive potential. This would mean that scientific thinking and systematic observation are not recent developments, but ancient capabilities that can emerge under appropriate conditions, regardless of the surrounding technological context. The Vatican's astronomical collection, if it indeed preserves evidence of such ancient scientific capability, would therefore represent more than historical documentation. It would constitute evidence for the deep-rooted nature of human scientific potential and the possibility that remarkable intellectual achievements can occur in contexts very different from those that support modern science. Such evidence would be invaluable not only for understanding human history, but also for anticipating the conditions under which scientific knowledge might develop in the future. The preservation of astronomical knowledge across vast spans of time also raises intriguing questions about the methods and institutions that made such preservation possible. Modern scientific knowledge is preserved through multiple overlapping systems, including published literature, educational institutions, professional organizations, and technological applications. If prehistoric astronomical knowledge survived for thousands of years before reaching the Vatican's archives, it must have been supported by preservation systems of comparable sophistication, operating under very different social and technological conditions. Understanding these prehistoric preservation systems could provide insights into alternative methods for maintaining scientific knowledge across long time periods. This knowledge could prove valuable for modern efforts to preserve scientific information against various forms of disruption, including natural disasters, social upheaval, or technological obsolescence. The techniques developed by prehistoric astronomers for maintaining accurate astronomical records across millennia might offer solutions for contemporary challenges in scientific data preservation and institutional continuity. The astronomical materials allegedly preserved in the Vatican's archives therefore represent multiple layers of significance extending far beyond their immediate historical value. They embody evidence for prehistoric scientific capability, methods for long-term knowledge preservation, alternative pathways for scientific development, and insights into fundamental aspects of human cognitive potential. The decision of whether and when to make such materials available for comprehensive scholarly study involves considerations that extend well beyond traditional archaeological or historical concerns into questions about the nature of scientific knowledge itself and humanity's relationship to systematic understanding of the natural world. As we consider the implications of these alleged astronomical treasures, we must also acknowledge the broader context in which they would exist. Prehistoric astronomy would not have been an isolated intellectual achievement, but would necessarily have been integrated with other forms of systematic knowledge, including mathematics, engineering, navigation, and probably sophisticated understanding of terrestrial as well as celestial phenomena. The existence of accurate star tables from thousands of years ago would therefore imply not only astronomical sophistication, but also broader scientific capabilities that could revolutionize our understanding of prehistoric human achievement. The connection between astronomical observation and terrestrial measurement brings us to the natural next step in our investigation. Those who could map the heavens with such precision would necessarily have possessed equally sophisticated techniques for measuring and mapping the Earth itself. If the Vatican's archives preserve evidence of prehistoric astronomy, they may also contain records of geodetic knowledge that would be equally revolutionary in its implications for understanding early human capabilities in mathematics, engineering, and scientific observation. The sophisticated astronomical knowledge that enabled prehistoric peoples to map the heavens with such precision would have inevitably led them to turn their mathematical and observational skills toward understanding and measuring the Earth itself. Long before Eratosthenes calculated the circumference of our planet using shadow measurements in Alexandria, before Greek geometers proved the spherical nature of the Earth through logical deduction, there were others who surveyed the world with astonishing accuracy. They could determine precise geographical coordinates without crossing oceans, align massive monuments to cardinal directions with virtually no margin of error, and in some cases appear to have known the true dimensions of the planet thousands of years before such knowledge was supposed to exist in human civilization. This represents perhaps the most remarkable achievement of prehistoric science: the development of systematic geodesy that allowed ancient peoples to understand their world as a measurable, knowable sphere, whose dimensions could be calculated and whose surface could be mapped with mathematical precision. The physical evidence for such prehistoric geodetic knowledge appears in scattered locations around the world, often disguised as simple monuments or dismissed as coincidental alignments. The Great Pyramid of Giza provides one of the most compelling examples of ancient geodetic precision. The monument is aligned to true north with an accuracy that varies by less than 2 arc minutes, a precision that rivals modern surveying techniques and requires understanding not only of astronomical observation, but also of the relationship between celestial references and terrestrial coordinates. More remarkably, the pyramid's base perimeter, when measured in the ancient Egyptian unit known as the royal cubit, yields a figure that corresponds almost exactly to half a minute of latitude at the Earth's equator. This relationship suggests that the pyramid's builders understood both the spherical nature of the Earth and its precise dimensions, knowledge that was not supposed to exist until Greek mathematicians developed it more than 2,000 years later. The Vatican's alleged connection to this geodetic mystery lies in manuscripts described in its internal geographical catalogues as tabulae mensurae mundi antiquissimi, tables of the most ancient measurement of the world. These documents reportedly contain numerical data recorded in a base 60 system similar to that used by the Sumerians, describing distances between key geographical points on Earth's surface with remarkable accuracy. The precision of these measurements suggests not only advanced mathematical capabilities, but also systematic surveying programs that spanned vast distances and probably required coordination between multiple observation stations. The provenance of these tables is listed only as ex chartis orientalibus, from Eastern charts, with no surviving reference to the original maps or surveys from which the numerical data was supposedly derived. The mathematical sophistication implied by such ancient geodetic tables cannot be understated. Accurate measurement of the Earth requires understanding of spherical geometry, trigonometric relationships, and probably iterative calculation techniques for handling the complex mathematical relationships involved in projecting three-dimensional relationships onto two-dimensional maps. The base 60 numerical system, allegedly used in these tables, would have been particularly well suited for such calculations, since it allows for precise subdivision of angular measurements and facilitates the complex fractional calculations required for geodetic work. The choice of this numerical system suggests not only mathematical sophistication, but also deliberate optimization of computational methods for specific geodetic applications. A strange event from the 1930s adds intriguing details to the geodetic mystery. During an archaeological expedition in the Sinai Peninsula, a Franciscan field assistant reported discovering a flat stone slab carved with concentric circles intersected by radial lines. Each radial line was marked with symbols that appeared to represent geographical features such as mountains, rivers, or solar positions. Around the outermost circle were numerical notations in a script that resembled neither Arabic nor Roman numerals, but appeared to follow systematic mathematical relationships. The slab was reportedly shipped to a European research facility for analysis, but according to internal correspondence, it was subsequently loaned to a Vatican scholar for specialized study. No public record of this stone or its analysis has ever appeared, though Vatican acquisition records from the period include an entry for ancient geodetic materials from Mediterranean sources. The theoretical framework for understanding ancient geodetic knowledge has evolved significantly as modern researchers have recognized the sophistication of prehistoric mathematical and observational capabilities. Early scholarship assumed that accurate knowledge of the Earth's dimensions required advanced instrumentation and mathematical techniques that were simply not available to ancient peoples. However, recent analysis has demonstrated that remarkably precise geodetic measurements can be achieved using careful observation of celestial phenomena, combined with systematic ground-based surveying techniques. The key insight is that ancient peoples possessed both the observational skills and mathematical knowledge necessary for such work, but applied these capabilities within technological and social frameworks very different from those supporting modern geodesy. The global distribution of monuments and sites that demonstrate geodetic precision suggests either remarkable consistency in the independent development of surveying techniques or the existence of coordinated geodetic programs that spanned continents. Stonehenge, for instance, is positioned at a latitude that creates specific mathematical relationships between the monument's geometry and the Earth's dimensions. The distance from Stonehenge to the center of the Earth, when measured in megalithic yards, yields numbers that correspond to important astronomical constants, such as the length of the lunar month and the solar year. These relationships suggest that the monument's builders understood not only local astronomical phenomena, but also the global mathematical relationships that connect terrestrial and celestial measurements. Similar geodetic relationships appear at sites throughout Europe, Asia, and the Americas. The Pyramid of the Sun at Teotihuacan in Mexico is positioned at a latitude that creates precise mathematical relationships with the Earth's polar radius. The ancient observatory at Nabta Playa in Egypt incorporates alignments that require knowledge of the Earth's spherical geometry and its relationship to celestial coordinates. The temple complex at Angkor Wat in Cambodia demonstrates understanding of both astronomical cycles and terrestrial measurement that exceeds what should have been possible given conventional estimates of medieval Khmer mathematical capabilities. The Vatican's role in documenting and preserving evidence of such global geodetic knowledge aligns with its historical function as a repository for geographical information from around the world. Medieval chroniclers frequently noted the Church's interest in accurate maps and geographical measurements, particularly those that could facilitate missionary work and administrative organization across diverse territories. Reports from church-sponsored expeditions often included detailed geographical observations and measurements that were systematically collected and preserved in central archives. One particularly detailed account comes from a Jesuit mathematician working in China during the 17th century, who reported that Chinese scholars possessed geographical measurement techniques of remarkable precision that supposedly derived from much older traditions. According to his correspondence with Rome, these techniques included methods for determining longitude without accurate timepieces, calculating geographical distances through astronomical triangulation, and measuring the Earth's curvature through systematic observation of horizon angles. The Jesuits' reports included detailed descriptions of the instruments and calculation methods used for such measurements, along with examples of their accuracy when verified against known geographical relationships. These reports were sent to Rome, along with copies of Chinese geographical texts and possibly physical specimens of the instruments used for geodetic measurements. The systematic collection and preservation of such materials would have been entirely consistent with Vatican practices for handling geographical and scientific information from diverse sources. The fact that many of these materials have never appeared in public collections reflects the institution's cautious approach to technical materials, whose significance might require extended study before any definitive evaluation could be made. The mathematical requirements for accurate geodetic work extend far beyond simple distance measurement into complex areas of spherical geometry and astronomical calculation. Determining the Earth's circumference requires not only local measurements, but also understanding of the mathematical relationships between different types of measurements taken at different geographical locations. Eratosthenes achieved this through simultaneous measurement of shadow lengths at 2 different latitudes. But his method represents only one approach among many possible techniques for geodetic calculation. Alternative methods for measuring the Earth include astronomical triangulation using stellar observations from multiple locations, calculation of the Earth's curvature through systematic measurement of horizon distances, and determination of geographical coordinates through precise timing of celestial events. Each of these methods requires sophisticated mathematical understanding and careful observational technique, but all are theoretically achievable, using instruments and methods available to ancient peoples with sufficient knowledge and organizational capability. The precision achieved by such ancient measurements suggests not only individual mathematical skill, but also systematic programs of observation and calculation that probably required institutional support spanning multiple generations. Accurate geodetic work demands consistent measurement standards, systematic quality control procedures, and probably statistical methods for combining measurements from different sources to improve overall accuracy. The development and maintenance of such systematic approaches to measurement represents remarkable organizational achievement that challenges conventional assumptions about prehistoric social and institutional capabilities. Archaeological evidence supports the possibility of such sophisticated geodetic programs in ancient times. The alignment networks found at megalithic sites demonstrate coordinated surveying work that spans significant distances and maintains angular precision measured in fractions of degrees. The mathematical relationships built into monument spacing and positioning suggest systematic application of geodetic principles across regional and possibly continental scales. Even more impressive, some of these geodetic relationships have maintained their accuracy for thousands of years, indicating not only initial precision, but also understanding of the long-term stability required for permanent geodetic reference systems. The technological requirements for precise geodetic work include not only mathematical knowledge, but also sophisticated instrumentation for angular measurement, distance calculation, and astronomical observation. Ancient surveying instruments would have needed to achieve angular precision, approaching the limits of naked eye observation, while remaining portable enough for field use across varied terrain. The design and construction of such instruments would have required integration of mathematical understanding, precision manufacturing techniques, and systematic testing procedures to ensure that finished instruments met required accuracy specifications. Examples of sophisticated ancient surveying instruments occasionally appear in archaeological contexts, though their geodetic applications are not always immediately recognized. Bronze and stone devices with precisely graduated scales, complex geometric relationships, and astronomical alignments suggest capabilities far exceeding simple construction layout or basic navigation. Some of these instruments demonstrate mathematical relationships that require understanding of spherical geometry and trigonometric functions, indicating their potential use for geodetic rather than purely local surveying applications. The Vatican's alleged collection of ancient geodetic instruments and measurement tables could provide crucial evidence for evaluating the sophistication of prehistoric surveying capabilities. Bronze instruments with graduated scales, stone devices with complex geometric relationships, or detailed numerical tables describing geographical measurements could illuminate the true extent of ancient geodetic knowledge and its relationship to broader developments in mathematical and observational science. The decision to classify such materials under restricted access rather than public display might reflect several practical considerations. Geodetic instruments and measurement tables require specialized knowledge for proper interpretation and could easily be misunderstood or misrepresented without appropriate scholarly context. The mathematical sophistication of such materials might also challenge established narratives about the development of scientific knowledge in ways that require careful consideration before public presentation. More significantly, geodetic knowledge carries potential political implications that extend beyond purely academic concerns. Accurate maps and geographical measurements have historically been considered strategic information with implications for territorial claims, resource exploitation, and military planning. Ancient geodetic materials that demonstrate sophisticated geographical knowledge could theoretically be misused to support various contemporary political or territorial disputes, making careful control of access a reasonable precautionary measure. The relationship between geodetic knowledge and other forms of systematic scientific observation raises fascinating questions about the integrated nature of ancient scientific traditions. Accurate geodesy requires not only mathematical and observational skills, but also sophisticated understanding of astronomy, timekeeping, and probably metallurgy for instrument construction. The existence of advanced geodetic capabilities in prehistoric times would therefore necessarily imply corresponding developments in related scientific fields that collectively represent remarkably sophisticated prehistoric scientific culture. The preservation of geodetic knowledge across vast spans of time presents challenges similar to those faced in preserving astronomical observations, but with additional complications related to the verification and maintenance of physical reference systems. Astronomical observations can be verified through repeated observation of celestial phenomena, but geodetic measurements depend on stable terrestrial reference points that may be altered or destroyed by natural or human activities. Maintaining accurate geodetic knowledge across centuries or millennia would therefore require not only preservation of measurement data, but also systematic maintenance of physical reference networks. The Vatican's role in such long-term preservation activities would align with its demonstrated capabilities for maintaining institutional continuity across extended time periods. The Church's millennium-long tradition of systematic record-keeping, its global networks for information collection and verification, and its proven ability to preserve fragile materials under controlled conditions represent exactly the kind of institutional framework that would be required for maintaining geodetic knowledge across historical timescales. The implications of accurate prehistoric geodetic knowledge extend far beyond the specific technical achievements involved. Understanding the true dimensions and geometry of the Earth requires conceptual frameworks that integrate mathematical, observational, and philosophical perspectives in sophisticated ways. Ancient peoples who achieved such understanding would necessarily have possessed intellectual capabilities that challenge fundamental assumptions about the relationship between technological development and scientific knowledge. The mathematical sophistication required for geodetic work includes not only computational skills, but also abstract conceptual understanding of spatial relationships, geometric principles, and the mathematical structures that describe physical reality. Such understanding represents intellectual achievement of the highest order, comparable to the greatest accomplishments of classical mathematics and natural philosophy. The possibility that such achievements occurred thousands of years earlier than previously thought suggests that human intellectual capability has much deeper historical roots than conventional narratives acknowledge. The technological implications are equally profound. Accurate geodetic work requires precision instrumentation, systematic measurement procedures, and quality control methods that collectively represent sophisticated technological capability. The development of such technology would necessarily involve not only individual innovation, but also systematic programs of research, development, and refinement spanning multiple generations. Such technological traditions would require social and institutional support systems capable of maintaining continuity and progress across extended time periods. The social implications may be the most significant of all. Geodetic work on the scale implied by global monument networks and accurate Earth measurements would require unprecedented levels of cooperation, coordination, and resource allocation. Such projects would necessarily involve large numbers of skilled specialists, systematic division of labor, and probably standardized procedures for training and quality control. The social organization required to support such activities would represent remarkable achievements in human cooperation and institutional development. The Vatican's approach to preserving and studying evidence of such prehistoric achievements reflects recognition of their potentially revolutionary implications for understanding human development and capability. The decision to maintain careful control over access to geodetic materials, while possibly frustrating to researchers eager for immediate access, demonstrates institutional awareness of the complexity and significance of the issues involved. The integration of geodetic knowledge with astronomical and navigational capabilities would have created powerful technological systems capable of supporting activities far beyond simple surveying and measurement. Accurate knowledge of the Earth's dimensions, combined with sophisticated astronomical observation, could theoretically support global navigation, systematic geographical exploration, and possibly even international trade networks operating on continental or global scales. Evidence for such integrated knowledge systems appears in various forms throughout the archaeological record. Monument networks that demonstrate both astronomical and geodetic precision suggest coordinated application of multiple scientific disciplines. Navigation techniques preserved in indigenous traditions often combine astronomical observation with geographical knowledge in ways that suggest sophisticated understanding of both terrestrial and celestial measurement systems. Trade networks documented by archaeologists sometimes demonstrate geographical knowledge that exceeds what should have been possible given conventional estimates of ancient navigation capabilities. The possibility that prehistoric peoples possessed integrated scientific knowledge systems comparable to those supporting modern technological civilization raises profound questions about the nature of scientific and technological development. The conventional narrative presents such development as a linear progression from simple to complex, with each stage building upon the achievements of previous periods. If sophisticated scientific systems existed in prehistoric times, they would demonstrate that such development can follow multiple pathways with possible periods of decline and recovery rather than steady accumulation. Understanding these alternative pathways for scientific and technological development could provide valuable insights for contemporary challenges. Methods for developing and maintaining scientific knowledge, under conditions very different from those supporting modern institutions, might prove relevant for various current concerns, including sustainable development, decentralized research systems, and preservation of knowledge against various forms of disruption. The geodetic materials allegedly preserved in Vatican archives therefore represent multiple dimensions of significance, extending far beyond their specific technical content. They constitute potential evidence for prehistoric scientific achievement, alternative models for scientific and technological development, and insights into fundamental capabilities of human intelligence and social organization. The comprehensive study of such materials, if they could be made available for scholarly analysis, might provide revolutionary insights into human potential and achievement. The relationship between measurement and construction represents a natural progression in the application of geodetic knowledge. Those who possess the mathematical sophistication to measure the Earth's dimensions and create accurate geographical coordinates would necessarily have applied similar precision to the design and construction of permanent structures. If the Vatican's archives preserve evidence of prehistoric geodetic knowledge, they may well contain corresponding evidence for equally sophisticated prehistoric engineering and construction techniques that could prove even more revolutionary in their implications for understanding early human technological capabilities. The transition from measurement to construction involves not only technical challenges, but also creative applications of mathematical and engineering knowledge to practical problems. Ancient builders who understood geodetic principles would have been capable of creating structures whose precision and sophistication exceed conventional estimates of prehistoric technological capability. Such structures would represent not only technical achievement, but also aesthetic and symbolic expression of sophisticated understanding of mathematical and geometric principles. The monuments that survive from prehistoric times demonstrate exactly such integration of technical precision with aesthetic and symbolic sophistication. The mathematical relationships built into megalithic monuments, the astronomical alignments incorporated in ancient architecture, and the engineering solutions applied to massive construction projects all suggest capabilities that extended far beyond simple practical requirements into realms of scientific, artistic, and possibly spiritual expression. If the Vatican preserves records of the knowledge systems that supported such achievements, those records would illuminate not only technical capabilities, but also the cultural and intellectual frameworks within which such capabilities developed and found expression. Such understanding could provide insights into the relationship between scientific knowledge and human creativity that remain relevant for contemporary efforts to integrate technical capability with aesthetic and cultural values. The ultimate significance of prehistoric geodetic knowledge may lie not in its specific technical content, but in its demonstration that systematic scientific observation and mathematical analysis represent fundamental aspects of human intellectual capability that can flourish under remarkably diverse conditions. The ability to measure and understand the physical world appears to be an ancient human characteristic that has found expression throughout history whenever appropriate social and institutional conditions have supported its development. The preservation of evidence for such ancient scientific achievement represents a responsibility that extends beyond academic curiosity into questions of cultural heritage and human self-understanding. If the Vatican's archives contain materials that could revolutionize our understanding of human scientific capability and achievement, the decision of when and how to make such materials available for study involves balancing multiple considerations, including scholarly objectivity, cultural sensitivity, and recognition of the profound implications such materials might have for contemporary understanding of human nature and potential. The geodetic knowledge, allegedly preserved in Vatican vaults, therefore represents not only historical documentation, but also potential evidence for fundamental aspects of human intelligence and capability that transcend particular technological or cultural contexts. Such evidence could inform contemporary efforts to understand and develop human potential, while providing inspiration for achievements that honor both our ancient heritage and our contemporary aspirations for scientific understanding and technological capability. The mathematical elegance of the base 60 system, allegedly used in the Vatican's ancient geodetic tables, deserves much deeper examination. For this numerical framework represents one of humanity's most sophisticated computational innovations. Unlike our familiar base 10 decimal system, base 60 mathematics allows for extraordinarily precise subdivision of units and facilitates complex calculations involving angular measurements, time intervals, and geometric relationships. The choice of 60 as a numerical base was not arbitrary, but reflected deep mathematical understanding of the relationships between divisibility, precision, and computational efficiency. The number 60 can be divided evenly by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 10, 12, 15, 20, 30, and 60 itself, providing 12 different factors that allow for precise subdivision without generating the endless decimal fractions that plague other numerical systems. For geodetic applications, this mathematical precision would have been invaluable. Measuring the Earth's circumference requires dividing the full circle of 360 degrees into precise subdivisions, and the base 60 system allows such divisions to be expressed as clean whole numbers rather than complex fractions. A degree divided into 60 minutes, each minute divided into 60 seconds, provides angular precision approaching the limits of naked eye observation while maintaining computational simplicity. The mathematical relationships inherent in this system would have facilitated calculations involving great circle distances, spherical trigonometry, and the complex geometric transformations required for accurate mapmaking. The Vatican's tabulae mensurae mundi allegedly contain not just isolated measurements, but systematic tables of distances between key geographical points arranged in base 60 notation. According to the few scholars who claim to have studied these materials, the tables include measurements between locations that span continents, expressed in units that appear to correspond to precise fractions of the Earth's circumference. The accuracy of these measurements, when verified against modern geographical data, reportedly exceeds what should have been possible without sophisticated surveying instruments and systematic triangulation networks. One particularly compelling set of measurements allegedly describes the distances between major mountain peaks across the Mediterranean region, expressed in a unit that corresponds almost exactly to 1 arc-minute of latitude along the Earth's surface. The precision of these measurements suggests not only accurate local surveying, but also understanding of the relationship between terrestrial distances and the Earth's spherical geometry. Even more remarkably, the tables reportedly include corrections for the Earth's oblate shape, the slight flattening at the poles that causes meridional degrees to vary slightly in length depending on latitude. The existence of such sophisticated geodetic knowledge in prehistoric times would necessarily have required not isolated genius, but systematic networks of observation points coordinated across vast geographical regions. The logistics of creating accurate distance measurements between widely separated locations would have demanded unprecedented levels of organization, communication, and technical standardization. Such networks would have required not only individual surveying capabilities, but also systematic methods for combining measurements from different sources, verifying accuracy across long distances, and maintaining consistency of measurement standards across diverse geographical and cultural regions. Archaeological evidence for such prehistoric surveying networks appears in the form of precisely aligned monument complexes that span continental distances. The stone circles of Britain and Ireland, for instance, demonstrate mathematical relationships that suggest coordinated surveying work across the entire British Isles. Sites separated by hundreds of kilometers show angular alignments that maintain precision measured in fractions of degrees, requiring surveying techniques of remarkable sophistication and probably some form of systematic coordination between different construction projects. Similar evidence appears across Europe, where megalithic monuments demonstrate geodetic relationships that span from Scandinavia to the Mediterranean. The mathematical ratios built into monument spacing, the consistent application of specific measurement units across widely separated sites, and the sophisticated astronomical alignments that require knowledge of both local and global geographical coordinates, all point towards systematic geodetic programs operating on continental scales. The Vatican's collection of missionary reports from around the world provides additional evidence for global geodetic traditions that may have survived into historical times. A particularly detailed account from a Jesuit scholar working in Tibet during the 18th century describes indigenous measurement techniques that achieved remarkable precision using simple instruments and systematic observation methods. According to his reports, Tibetan scholars possessed methods for determining geographical coordinates through astronomical observation that rivaled European techniques, and claimed that their knowledge derived from much older traditions preserved in monastery libraries. The Jesuits' correspondence includes detailed descriptions of the instruments used for such measurements, including bronze circles with precisely graduated scales, plumb line devices for measuring vertical angles, and systematic procedures for combining observations to improve accuracy. More significantly, he reported that Tibetan scholars possessed tables of geographical coordinates for locations across Asia that demonstrated accuracy comparable to European maps of the period, despite being based on supposedly primitive indigenous knowledge rather than modern European surveying techniques. These reports were accompanied by copies of Tibetan geographical texts and possibly physical specimens of the instruments described. The systematic documentation and preservation of such materials would have been entirely consistent with Vatican practices for collecting and studying indigenous knowledge systems that might provide insights into historical developments in mathematics, astronomy, and geography. Similar accounts appear in missionary reports from other parts of the world. A Franciscan scholar working in Peru during the 16th century reported that indigenous astronomers possessed stone instruments capable of measuring geographical coordinates with extraordinary precision. According to his detailed notes, these instruments included carved stone circles with radial lines marking specific angular divisions, vertical gnomon devices for solar observation, and systematic procedures for determining latitude through stellar observation that produced results accurate to within small fractions of a degree. The precision achieved by these indigenous techniques impressed even European-trained scholars, who were familiar with the most advanced navigational methods of their time. The Franciscans' reports include detailed sketches of the stone instruments and copies of the symbol systems used to record geographical data, along with verification measurements that confirmed the accuracy of indigenous coordinate determinations. The technical sophistication required for such precise geodetic instruments extends far beyond simple construction into realms of mathematical design, precision manufacturing, and systematic quality control. Creating a bronze circle capable of accurate angular measurement requires not only metallurgical skills for producing consistent alloy compositions, but also mechanical techniques for achieving precise circular geometry, systematic methods for graduating scales with uniform angular spacing, and probably statistical procedures for verifying instrument accuracy through repeated testing. The design of such instruments would have required sophisticated understanding of the relationship between instrument geometry and measurement accuracy. Angular measurement devices must account for factors such as thermal expansion, mechanical stability, and optical alignment that affect measurement precision in subtle but systematic ways. Ancient instrument makers, who achieved the precision implied by accurate geodetic measurements, would necessarily have understood and compensated for such factors through careful design and systematic testing procedures. The mathematical relationships built into ancient monuments provide some of the most compelling evidence for sophisticated geodetic knowledge. The Great Pyramid of Giza, for instance, incorporates dimensional relationships that require understanding not only of the Earth's spherical geometry, but also of the mathematical constants that describe the relationships between circular and spherical measurements. The pyramid's base perimeter, when measured in royal cubits, yields a figure that corresponds precisely to half a minute of latitude at the Earth's equator. This relationship cannot be accidental, but requires deliberate application of geodetic knowledge in architectural design. Similar mathematical relationships appear at Stonehenge, where the monument's geometry incorporates ratios that correspond to important geodetic constants. The diameter of the Sarsen circle, when measured in megalithic yards, yields numbers that relate directly to the Earth's polar radius and equatorial circumference. The spacing between major stones follows mathematical progressions that incorporate both astronomical periods and terrestrial measurement units, suggesting integration of celestial and geographical knowledge in the monument's design. The temple complex at Angkor Wat in Cambodia demonstrates even more sophisticated integration of geodetic and astronomical knowledge. The monument's orientation and proportions incorporate mathematical relationships that require understanding of both the Earth's dimensions and the precise astronomical coordinates of the construction site. The complex's layout follows geometric principles that account for the Earth's curvature and the systematic variations in stellar positions that result from geographical location. Such sophisticated applications of geodetic knowledge in monumental architecture would have required not only theoretical understanding, but also practical techniques for translating mathematical relationships into precise construction specifications. Ancient builders would have needed systematic methods for laying out complex geometries on large scales, procedures for maintaining angular precision across massive construction projects, and quality control techniques for verifying that finished structures match design specifications within acceptable tolerances. The social and institutional requirements for supporting such sophisticated geodetic programs extend far beyond the technical capabilities of individual surveyors or builders. Accurate geodetic work requires systematic coordination between multiple observation points, standardized measurement procedures maintained across extended time periods, and institutional frameworks capable of preserving and transmitting technical knowledge across generations. The development and maintenance of such systems would have required unprecedented levels of social organization and technical standardization. Consider the logistics involved in creating accurate measurements between geographical points separated by thousands of kilometers. Such measurements would require not only local surveying capabilities, but also systematic methods for propagating measurement standards across vast distances, communication systems for coordinating observations between distant locations, and quality control procedures for verifying measurement accuracy across extended surveying networks. The organizational challenges involved in such projects would rival those faced by modern international surveying programs. The preservation of geodetic knowledge across extended time periods would have required institutional continuity comparable to that demonstrated by major religious or educational organizations. Geodetic measurements depend not only on initial accuracy, but also on systematic maintenance and verification procedures that account for changes in physical reference systems over time. Natural processes such as earthquakes, erosion, and continental drift can alter the positions of surveying markers, requiring systematic remeasurement and adjustment procedures to maintain accuracy across extended periods. The Vatican's role in preserving evidence of such prehistoric institutional capabilities aligns with its demonstrated expertise in maintaining systematic archives and preserving fragile materials under controlled conditions. The Church's millennium-long tradition of institutional continuity, its global networks for information collection and verification, and its proven ability to maintain accurate records across changing political and social conditions represent exactly the kind of institutional framework that would be required for preserving geodetic knowledge across historical timescales. The integration of geodetic knowledge with astronomical observation creates synergistic capabilities that exceed the sum of their individual components. Accurate geographical coordinates depend on astronomical observation for determining latitude and longitude, while astronomical work requires precise geographical references for calculating local stellar positions and predicting celestial phenomena. The combination of these capabilities would have supported navigation, exploration, and possibly global communication systems operating on scales that challenge conventional assumptions about prehistoric technological capability. Evidence for such integrated knowledge systems appears in various forms throughout the archaeological record. Navigation techniques preserved in indigenous traditions often demonstrate sophisticated understanding of both astronomical and geographical relationships that enable accurate position finding across vast oceanic distances. Trade networks documented by archaeologists sometimes show evidence for geographical knowledge that exceeds what should have been possible given conventional estimates of ancient navigation capabilities. Monument networks that span continental distances demonstrate coordination that would have required accurate geographical references and probably systematic communication procedures. The mathematical precision required for such integrated systems extends into areas of spherical trigonometry, astronomical calculation, and coordinate geometry that represent some of the most sophisticated achievements of ancient mathematics. Combining astronomical observation with geographical measurement requires mathematical techniques for converting between different coordinate systems, calculating the effects of Earth's rotation and orbital motion on observed stellar positions, and accounting for the systematic variations in celestial phenomena that result from geographical location. The preservation of such mathematical sophistication across extended time periods would have required not only individual computational skills, but also systematic educational programs for transmitting technical knowledge, institutional frameworks for maintaining mathematical traditions, and probably written or symbolic systems for recording and preserving complex numerical relationships. The existence of such educational and institutional systems in prehistoric times would represent remarkable achievements in cultural development that fundamentally challenge conventional assumptions about early human social capabilities. The Vatican's alleged preservation of ancient geodetic materials therefore represents multiple layers of significance that extend far beyond their immediate technical content. These materials would constitute evidence not only for prehistoric scientific achievement, but also for the social, institutional, and educational systems that supported such achievement. They would demonstrate that sophisticated scientific work can flourish under conditions very different from those supporting modern research institutions, while providing insights into alternative models for scientific education, institutional organization, and knowledge preservation. The contemporary relevance of such alternative models for scientific development cannot be overstated. Understanding how prehistoric peoples achieved sophisticated scientific results using institutional frameworks adapted to their specific social and technological conditions could provide valuable insights for developing science under resource constraints, in decentralized settings, or following various forms of institutional disruption. Such insights might prove particularly relevant for current efforts to maintain scientific capability under changing environmental, economic, or political conditions. The geodetic materials allegedly preserved in Vatican archives therefore represent not only historical documentation, but also potential resources for understanding fundamental aspects of human scientific capability and institutional development. The comprehensive study of such materials, if they could be made available for scholarly analysis, might provide revolutionary insights into human potential, while offering practical guidance for contemporary challenges in scientific organization and education. The transition from geodetic measurement to architectural construction represents a natural progression in the application of mathematical and surveying knowledge to practical problems. Those who possessed the sophistication to measure the Earth's dimensions and create accurate geographical coordinates would necessarily have applied similar precision to the design and construction of permanent structures. The monuments that survive from prehistoric times may therefore represent not only technical achievements, but also artistic and symbolic expressions of sophisticated understanding of mathematical and geometric principles. As we prepare to explore the construction techniques that would have grown naturally from such sophisticated measurement capabilities, we must recognize that the transition from measurement to building represents more than mere technical progression. It embodies the fundamental human drive to transform knowledge into lasting achievement, to apply understanding in ways that create permanent monuments to human capability and aspiration. The stone monuments that survive from prehistoric times may represent not only technical accomplishment, but also enduring testimony to the ancient origins of human scientific and creative capability, constructed by peoples who understood both the mathematical principles governing their world and the engineering techniques required to translate that understanding into permanent expression in stone. The sophisticated mathematical and geodetic knowledge that enabled ancient peoples to measure the earth with such precision would have inevitably found expression in their most permanent achievements. The massive stone constructions that still stand as silent testimony to capabilities that conventional archaeology struggles to explain. These monuments represent far more than simple piling of rocks or crude engineering solutions to basic construction problems. They embody a level of precision in stone cutting, fitting, and architectural design that challenges fundamental assumptions about the technological capabilities available to prehistoric peoples. The polygonal masonry techniques that appear in scattered locations around the world demonstrate not only individual craftsmanship of the highest order, but also systematic engineering knowledge and possibly standardized construction methods that suggest the existence of highly organized technical traditions operating on scales far exceeding anything acknowledged in conventional historical narratives. The most striking examples of this impossible precision appear in the highlands of Peru, where massive stone blocks weighing dozens of tons have been cut and fitted together with such accuracy that even thin blades cannot be inserted between adjacent stones. At sites like Sacsayhuaman, Ollantaytambo, and the foundations beneath Cusco's colonial buildings, individual stones display complex three-dimensional geometries that interlock with their neighbors through curved and angular surfaces of bewildering complexity. Each stone appears to have been individually designed to fit precisely with all adjacent blocks, creating overall wall surfaces that maintain perfect structural integrity despite their irregular appearance and the enormous weights involved in their construction. The technical challenges represented by such construction cannot be overstated. Creating precise fits between massive irregular stone blocks requires not only exceptional skill in stone cutting, but also sophisticated mathematical understanding of three-dimensional geometry. Systematic methods for measuring and transferring complex shapes between different stones, and probably advanced planning techniques for visualizing how individual blocks will interact within larger structural systems. The precision achieved in these constructions exceeds what most modern stonemasons could accomplish using contemporary tools and techniques. Yet, they were supposedly created by peoples who possessed only basic stone and bronze implements. The global distribution of similar construction techniques raises fundamental questions about the origins and transmission of such sophisticated engineering knowledge. Polygonal masonry appears not only in Peru, but also in the Mediterranean region, particularly in the Mycenaean fortifications of Greece and the Nuraghi of Sardinia. The technical similarities between these widely separated construction traditions are too precise to be explained as mere coincidence or independent invention. The specific techniques for cutting complex stone surfaces, the methods for achieving precise fits between massive irregular blocks, and the overall approaches to structural design show remarkable consistency across cultures separated by vast distances and supposedly lacking any form of contact or communication. It is within this context of global technical similarity that the Vatican's alleged collection of stone construction materials takes on profound significance. Among the items catalogued in restricted Vatican inventories under the designation Fragmenta Murorum Prisco, More Fabricatorum, fragments of walls constructed in the ancient manner, are said to be stone samples and architectural elements that demonstrate the same sophisticated construction techniques found at sites around the world. These materials reportedly include not only simple stone fragments, but also complex architectural elements, such as lintels, cornerstone samples, and precisely beveled blocks that showcase the full range of technical capabilities employed in ancient polygonal construction. The provenance of these materials, according to internal Vatican records, spans multiple continents and time periods. Some items are listed as originating from Mediterranean islands, others from regions described as beyond the Pillars of Hercules, suggesting collection from Atlantic or possibly even American sources. The systematic acquisition of such materials over extended periods would be entirely consistent with Vatican practices for documenting and preserving evidence of technical achievements that might provide insights into human capabilities and historical development. A particularly intriguing event that may have contributed to this collection occurred in 1894, when a papal-sponsored archaeological mission to Malta reported discovering a buried chamber beneath the Hagar Chim temples. According to the mission's preliminary reports, this chamber contained architectural elements that differed significantly from the temple's visible construction, including stone blocks that demonstrated cutting and fitting techniques of remarkable sophistication. The blocks were described as larger and more precisely worked than the temple's surface stones, with smooth surfaces and beveled edges that created perfect joints despite the irregular shapes of individual elements. The mission's reports noted that these buried architectural elements appeared to represent an earlier construction phase that predated the visible temple structures. More significantly, the cutting and fitting techniques displayed by these older stones were described as superior to those used in the later construction phases, suggesting technological regression rather than the progressive improvement that conventional archaeological theory would predict. The mission's recommendation that these materials be removed for detailed study was apparently approved, though no public record of their subsequent analysis has ever appeared. The technical specifications of the stone cutting techniques preserved in these alleged Vatican materials deserve careful examination, for they represent engineering capabilities that challenge fundamental assumptions about ancient technological limitations. Polygonal masonry requires not only the ability to cut complex three-dimensional shapes in hard stone, but also systematic methods for ensuring that such shapes will fit together precisely when assembled into larger structures. The mathematical sophistication required for such work extends far beyond simple geometric understanding into areas of spatial visualization, structural engineering, and probably advanced planning techniques for coordinating complex construction projects. The precision of fit achieved in the finest examples of polygonal masonry suggests manufacturing tolerances measured in fractions of millimeters across joints that may extend for meters in length. Such precision requires not only exceptional manual skill, but also systematic quality control procedures and probably specialized tools capable of achieving and verifying dimensional accuracy that approaches the limits of manual craftsmanship. The development and maintenance of such manufacturing capabilities would have required institutional support comparable to that provided by modern engineering organizations. The stone cutting tools required for such precision work present another layer of technical mystery. Conventional archaeological theory attributes ancient stone cutting to bronze chisels, stone hammers, and abrasive techniques using sand and other hard particles. While such tools can certainly shape stone, achieving the precision and surface quality visible in the finest examples of polygonal masonry would require cutting capabilities that exceed what such basic implements should theoretically be able to accomplish. The smooth, precise surfaces visible on many ancient stone blocks suggest cutting techniques that produced results comparable to those achieved by modern diamond blade saws or laser cutting systems. The Vatican's alleged collection may include not only finished stone elements, but also examples of the tools and techniques used in their creation. References in internal catalogues to Instrumenta Antiqua Lapidis, ancient stone instruments, suggest the preservation of specialized cutting and shaping tools that might provide crucial evidence for understanding how such precision was achieved using technology supposedly available to ancient peoples. Such tools could illuminate the true sophistication of ancient manufacturing techniques, while providing insights into alternative approaches to precision engineering that might have contemporary applications. The structural engineering principles employed in polygonal masonry demonstrate understanding of load distribution, seismic resistance, and long-term durability that rivals modern construction techniques. The irregular geometry of polygonal walls, rather than representing crude workmanship, actually provides superior structural performance compared to regular ashlar masonry in earthquake-prone regions. The complex three-dimensional interlocking, achieved by precisely fitted irregular blocks, creates structural systems that can accommodate ground movement without catastrophic failure, a capability that has allowed many ancient polygonal structures to survive major seismic events that destroyed more recent conventional construction. This advanced understanding of seismic engineering suggests that ancient builders possessed not only technical skills in stone cutting and fitting, but also sophisticated theoretical knowledge of structural mechanics and earthquake engineering. Such knowledge would have required systematic study of structural behavior, probably experimental investigation of different construction techniques, and systematic accumulation of empirical knowledge about the performance of different structural systems under various loading conditions. The integration of such engineering knowledge with practical construction techniques would have required educational systems capable of transmitting complex technical information across generations, and institutional frameworks for maintaining consistency of construction standards across multiple projects and extended time periods. The existence of such technical education and institutional support systems in ancient times would represent remarkable achievements in knowledge management and professional organization that challenge conventional assumptions about prehistoric social capabilities. Archaeological evidence supports the existence of sophisticated ancient engineering knowledge. Many polygonal structures demonstrate not only precision in individual stone cutting and fitting, but also careful integration of structural elements to create complex architectural systems. Foundation systems that account for soil conditions and drainage requirements, architectural proportions that optimize structural stability while achieving aesthetic objectives, and construction sequences that demonstrate systematic planning and coordination all point toward engineering capabilities of remarkable sophistication. The Vatican's approach to preserving and studying evidence of such ancient engineering achievements reflects recognition of their potentially revolutionary implications for understanding human technological development. The decision to classify structural materials under theological rather than purely archaeological review suggests awareness that their technical sophistication might challenge established narratives about the relationship between technological capability and historical chronology. The global distribution of polygonal masonry techniques raises fundamental questions about the mechanisms by which such sophisticated technical knowledge could have spread across vast distances in prehistoric times. The conventional explanation of independent invention becomes increasingly implausible as the technical similarities between widely separated construction traditions become more apparent and more precisely documented. The specific details of stone cutting techniques, the methods for achieving precise three-dimensional fits, and the overall approaches to structural design show consistency that suggests either direct technological transmission or derivation from common ancestral sources. The possibility of direct technological transmission across oceanic distances in prehistoric times would require sophisticated navigation capabilities and systematic programs of exploration and cultural exchange that exceed conventional estimates of ancient maritime capabilities. Such programs would necessarily have involved not only individual voyages, but also institutional support for maintaining regular contact between distant regions and systematic methods for preserving and transmitting technical knowledge across cultural and linguistic boundaries. Alternative explanations involving derivation from common ancestral sources raise equally profound implications for understanding human technological development. If sophisticated stone cutting and construction techniques were developed during earlier periods of human history and subsequently transmitted to multiple regions through migration, cultural diffusion, or institutional inheritance, it would suggest technological achievements in much earlier periods than conventional chronology acknowledges. Such technological traditions would necessarily have required social and institutional support systems capable of maintaining complex technical knowledge across extended time periods and major cultural transitions. The Vatican's role in preserving evidence of such ancient technological traditions aligns with its historical function as custodian of knowledge that transcends particular cultural and temporal boundaries. The Church's global networks of missionaries and scholars have consistently encountered and documented technical traditions that preserve knowledge of remarkable antiquity and sophistication. The systematic collection and preservation of materials representing such traditions would provide invaluable resources for understanding the true scope and development of human technological capability. Contemporary studies of traditional building techniques have revealed that many indigenous cultures preserve construction methods of remarkable sophistication that were developed long before contact with modern technological systems. These traditional techniques often demonstrate understanding of structural principles, material properties, and construction methods that rival or exceed modern approaches in their effectiveness and efficiency. The preservation of such knowledge through traditional cultural transmission suggests that sophisticated technical knowledge can indeed survive across extended time periods when supported by appropriate social and educational institutions. The Vatican's alleged collection of ancient construction materials could provide crucial evidence for evaluating the antiquity and geographical extent of such traditional technical knowledge. Stone samples that demonstrate consistent cutting and fitting techniques across multiple continents and time periods would constitute powerful evidence for technological traditions of remarkable geographic scope and temporal continuity. Such evidence could revolutionize understanding of ancient technological capabilities while providing insights into alternative approaches to technical education and knowledge preservation. The mathematical principles underlying polygonal masonry extend far beyond simple geometric relationships into areas of advanced spatial analysis and structural optimization. Creating precisely fitted, irregular polygonal shapes requires understanding of complex three-dimensional geometry, probably including concepts analogous to modern computational geometry and possibly optimization techniques for achieving maximum structural efficiency with minimum material waste. The development of such mathematical understanding would have required not only individual intellectual achievement, but also systematic research programs and institutional support for mathematical investigation. The preservation of such mathematical knowledge across extended time periods would have required educational institutions capable of transmitting abstract mathematical concepts along with practical construction techniques. The integration of theoretical mathematical understanding with practical engineering applications represents one of the highest achievements of human intellectual development, comparable to the greatest accomplishments of classical mathematics and engineering. The possibility that such integration was achieved in prehistoric times suggests intellectual capabilities that fundamentally challenge conventional assumptions about the relationship between technological development and historical chronology. The tools and techniques required for precision stone cutting present another dimension of the technological mystery surrounding polygonal masonry. Achieving the surface finishes and dimensional accuracy visible in the finest ancient stonework requires cutting capabilities that approach the theoretical limits of manual techniques. The development of such capabilities would necessarily have involved systematic research into cutting tool design, probably experimental investigation of different abrasive materials and cutting techniques, and quality control procedures for ensuring consistent results across multiple craftsmen and extended construction projects. Archaeological evidence occasionally provides glimpses of the sophisticated tool technologies that may have supported ancient precision stonework. Bronze and stone implements with complex geometries and specialized cutting edges suggest manufacturing capabilities that exceed simple hammering and grinding techniques. Some ancient tools demonstrate design principles that optimize cutting efficiency and precision in ways that suggest systematic engineering investigation of tool performance and probably experimental development of improved cutting technologies. The Vatican's alleged collection may include not only finished stone products, but also examples of the specialized tools used in their creation. Such tools could provide crucial evidence for understanding how precision stone cutting was achieved using technologies supposedly available to ancient peoples. The analysis of ancient cutting tools could also provide insights into alternative approaches to precision manufacturing that might have contemporary applications in specialized engineering contexts. The organizational requirements for large-scale polygonal construction projects extend far beyond the technical capabilities of individual craftsmen into areas of project management, quality control, and institutional coordination that rival the complexity of modern major construction projects. Coordinating the work of multiple specialized craftsmen, maintaining consistency of construction standards across extended project timelines, and ensuring that individually crafted elements fit together precisely when assembled into larger structures would have required systematic management techniques and probably sophisticated planning tools. The logistics involved in transporting and positioning massive, irregular stone blocks present additional organizational challenges. Many polygonal structures incorporate stones weighing dozens of tons that were quarried at considerable distances from construction sites and positioned with precision measured in millimeters. Such operations would have required not only sophisticated lifting and transport technologies, but also systematic coordination between quarrying, transportation, and construction activities across extended geographical areas and time periods. The Vatican's documentation of such ancient organizational capabilities, if it exists, could provide invaluable insights into alternative approaches to large-scale project management and technical coordination. Understanding how ancient peoples achieved complex construction projects using organizational methods adapted to their specific social and technological contexts could provide guidance for contemporary efforts to manage large-scale technical projects under resource constraints or in decentralized settings. The aesthetic and symbolic dimensions of polygonal masonry add another layer of complexity to understanding ancient technical achievements. Many polygonal structures demonstrate not only technical precision, but also sophisticated aesthetic sensibilities and possibly symbolic meaning that integrates structural engineering with artistic and cultural expression. The irregular geometries of polygonal masonry create visual effects that combine geometric precision with organic naturalism in ways that suggest conscious artistic intent as well as technical mastery. The integration of technical precision with aesthetic achievement represents one of the highest forms of human cultural expression, requiring not only individual technical skill, but also cultural frameworks that value and support such integration. The existence of such cultural integration in ancient times suggests social and intellectual development that extends far beyond simple technological capability into realms of artistic and philosophical sophistication. The Vatican's preservation of ancient construction materials may therefore represent not only technological documentation, but also evidence for cultural achievements that integrate technical, artistic, and possibly spiritual dimensions of human experience. Such evidence could provide insights into alternative models for cultural development that might inform contemporary efforts to integrate technological capability with broader human values and aspirations. The technical specifications of specific polygonal masonry examples reveal levels of precision that defy conventional explanations of ancient construction capabilities. At Sacsayhuaman, the massive fortification overlooking Cusco, individual limestone blocks weighing up to 200 tons have been cut and fitted with such precision that their joints remain perfectly tight after more than 5 centuries of seismic activity. The famous 12-angled stone in Cusco's Hatun Rumiyok Street demonstrates even more remarkable technical achievement. With each of its 12 faces cut to fit precisely with adjacent stones in a complex three-dimensional puzzle that maintains structural integrity while creating an aesthetically pleasing, irregular pattern. The surface finish achieved on these Peruvian stones approaches mirror-like quality on some faces, with tool marks so fine they are barely visible to the naked eye. Detailed analysis of these surfaces reveals cutting patterns that suggest systematic material removal, using techniques that produced consistent results across vast areas of stone surface. The precision of these finishes, combined with the complex three-dimensional geometries involved, indicates manufacturing capabilities that exceed what should have been possible using conventional Bronze Age tools and techniques. Similar precision appears in the polygonal masonry of the Mycenaean citadels of Greece, where massive stone blocks were fitted together using techniques that parallel those found in Peru, despite being separated by thousands of kilometers and supposedly independent cultural development. At Tiryns, the famous gallery exhibits polygonal masonry techniques that demonstrate understanding of complex structural principles and precision stone cutting that rivals the finest Peruvian examples. The blocks are fitted together with such accuracy that their joints remain tight after more than 3 millennia. Despite repeated seismic activity and the enormous loads imposed by the massive overburden of the citadel's upper levels, the corbelled chambers within these Mycenaean fortifications showcase additional technical sophistication. With precisely cut stones arranged in complex geometric patterns that distribute structural loads while creating architectural spaces of remarkable acoustic and aesthetic properties. The mathematical precision required for such construction extends beyond simple load-bearing considerations into areas of advanced structural analysis and probably sophisticated understanding of material properties and failure mechanisms. The Vatican's alleged collection of Fragmenta Murorum provides physical evidence that may link these geographically separated traditions through preserved examples of cutting and fitting techniques. According to internal inventory descriptions, these materials include not only simple stone fragments, but also complex architectural elements that demonstrate the full range of technical capabilities employed in ancient polygonal construction. The collection reportedly includes cornerstone samples that show how complex three-dimensional intersections were achieved, lintel fragments that demonstrate sophisticated understanding of load distribution, and joint samples that preserve evidence of the cutting and fitting techniques used to achieve precise fits between massive, irregular blocks. One particularly significant item, allegedly in the Vatican collection, is described as a limestone lintel bearing carved symbols alongside demonstration of advanced stone-cutting techniques. This piece, according to those who have examined it, shows tool marks that suggest cutting methods more sophisticated than simple chiseling or grinding. The symbols carved into the stone appear to be geometric designs that may represent either decorative elements or possibly technical notations related to the construction process. The combination of advanced stonework with symbolic content suggests integration of technical and cultural knowledge that challenges conventional assumptions about the separation between practical craftsmanship and intellectual achievement in ancient times. Another item of particular interest is described as a beveled cornerstone that demonstrates the mathematical principles underlying polygonal construction. The stone allegedly shows how complex three-dimensional angles were calculated and cut to ensure precise fits with multiple adjacent blocks while maintaining structural integrity under load. The precision of the beveling, combined with the mathematical relationships built into the stone's geometry, suggests systematic application of advanced geometric principles to practical construction problems. The technical analysis of these stone cutting techniques reveals manufacturing processes that required not only exceptional manual skill, but also sophisticated tool technologies and systematic quality control procedures. Achieving the surface finishes visible on the finest ancient stonework requires cutting tools capable of producing consistent results across large areas while maintaining dimensional accuracy, measured in fractions of millimeters. The development of such cutting capabilities would have required systematic research into tool design, materials science, and probably advanced understanding of the mechanical properties of different stone types. The tools required for such precision work present one of the most intriguing aspects of the ancient stoneworking mystery. Conventional archaeological theory attributes ancient stone cutting to bronze chisels, stone hammers, and abrasive techniques using sand and other hard particles. However, experimental archaeology has demonstrated that such basic tools, while capable of shaping stone, cannot achieve the precision and surface quality visible in the finest examples of ancient stonework within reasonable time frames, using practical amounts of human labor. Alternative cutting technologies that might have been available to ancient peoples include advanced abrasive techniques using specialized cutting compounds, possibly including naturally occurring diamonds or other ultra-hard materials. Some researchers have suggested that ancient stoneworkers might have developed chemical techniques for softening stone during cutting processes, though no definitive evidence for such methods has been identified. More controversial theories propose that ancient peoples possessed cutting technologies that have been lost to modern knowledge, possibly involving acoustic or thermal techniques for precision stone shaping. The Vatican's alleged collection may include examples of the specialized tools used for ancient precision stonework, references in internal catalogues to Instrumenta Lapidis Antiquissima. Most ancient stone instruments suggest preservation of cutting and shaping tools that might provide crucial evidence for understanding how precision stonework was achieved. Such tools could range from simple but highly refined versions of conventional implements to potentially revolutionary technologies that operated on principles not yet understood by modern archaeology. The mathematical principles underlying polygonal masonry extend far beyond simple geometric fitting into areas of advanced spatial analysis and structural optimization that suggest sophisticated theoretical understanding. Creating precisely fitted, irregular polygonal shapes requires mathematical techniques for analyzing complex three-dimensional geometries, probably including concepts analogous to modern computational geometry and possibly optimization algorithms for achieving maximum structural efficiency with minimum material waste. The geometric relationships built into polygonal masonry structures demonstrate understanding of mathematical principles that were not supposed to be formalized until much later in human intellectual development. The complex curves and angles employed in the finest polygonal stonework follow mathematical relationships that optimize both structural performance and aesthetic appearance through systematic application of geometric principles that require advanced theoretical understanding. Some of the most sophisticated mathematical applications appear in the integration of multiple polygonal elements into larger structural systems. The coordination required to ensure that individually crafted irregular stones will fit together precisely when assembled into complex architectural configurations requires mathematical techniques for managing three-dimensional spatial relationships across multiple scales, and probably systematic planning methods for visualizing and coordinating complex construction sequences. The comparison between polygonal masonry traditions in different parts of the world reveals technical similarities that suggest either direct technological transmission or derivation from common ancestral sources. The specific techniques for achieving precise three-dimensional fits between massive, irregular blocks show remarkable consistency across cultures separated by vast distances and supposedly lacking any form of contact or communication. In Peru, the characteristic techniques include the use of complex curved joints that interlock in 3 dimensions, creating mechanical connections that resist both vertical and lateral forces. The stones are typically fitted together without mortar, relying entirely on precision cutting and mechanical interlocking for structural integrity. The surface finish is achieved on Peruvian polygonal masonry range from rough textured faces that provide visual contrast to mirror smooth surfaces that demonstrate the ultimate in stone cutting precision. The Mycenaean polygonal masonry of Greece employs similar techniques, but adapted to different stone types and structural requirements. The characteristic Greek approach involves slightly more angular geometries that optimize structural performance for the limestone and conglomerate materials commonly used in Mycenaean construction. The joints between stones frequently employ complex stepped or beveled profiles that increase the contact area between adjacent blocks while creating mechanical interlocks that resist displacement under load. The polygonal masonry of Sardinia's Nuragic culture demonstrates yet another variation of these sophisticated construction techniques, adapted to the local basalt and granite materials and the specific structural requirements of the island's distinctive tower architecture. The Sardinian approach often involves more regularized polygonal shapes that still maintain the precision-fitting characteristic of the tradition while accommodating the structural demands of tall, freestanding tower construction. The technical similarities between these geographically separated traditions extend beyond general approaches to include specific details of cutting techniques, joint profiles, and surface finishing methods. The consistency of these technical details across vast distances suggests systematic technological transmission rather than independent development, implying contact and communication networks that operated on scales far exceeding conventional estimates of ancient technological and cultural exchange. The organizational requirements for polygonal masonry construction extend far beyond individual craftsmanship into areas of systematic project management and institutional coordination that rival modern large-scale construction projects. The logistics involved in quarrying, transporting, cutting, and positioning massive irregular stone blocks require coordination between multiple specialized crafts and probably sophisticated planning systems for managing complex construction sequences. The quarrying operations required for polygonal masonry construction would have involved systematic selection of appropriate stone types, precise extraction techniques that minimized waste while producing blocks suitable for complex cutting operations, and probably preliminary shaping at quarry sites to reduce transportation loads. Such operations would have required geological knowledge for identifying optimal stone sources, engineering expertise for developing efficient extraction techniques, and organizational capabilities for coordinating quarrying with transportation and construction activities. Transportation of massive irregular stone blocks would have presented exceptional logistical challenges, requiring specialized equipment for lifting and moving weights that often exceeded 100 tons across difficult terrain. The precision required for final positioning of such blocks would have demanded not only heavy lifting capabilities, but also fine positioning techniques capable of achieving millimeter-level accuracy during final placement operations. The cutting and fitting operations that created the precise joints characteristic of polygonal masonry would have required systematic coordination between multiple specialized craftsmen working on different blocks that would eventually need to fit together perfectly. Such coordination would have necessitated sophisticated planning systems, probably including detailed models or templates for ensuring dimensional compatibility between separately manufactured elements. Quality control procedures for polygonal masonry construction would have required systematic verification of dimensional accuracy, surface quality, and structural performance across all phases of the construction process. The precision achieved in the finest examples suggests manufacturing tolerances and quality standards that rival those employed in modern precision manufacturing, implemented using organizational systems adapted to ancient technological and social conditions. The Vatican's documentation of ancient construction organizational methods, if it exists among the preserved materials, could provide invaluable insights into alternative approaches to large-scale project management and technical coordination. Understanding how ancient peoples achieved complex construction projects using organizational methods adapted to their specific social and technological contexts could provide guidance for contemporary efforts to manage large-scale technical projects under various constraints. The preservation of polygonal masonry techniques across extended time periods would have required educational institutions capable of transmitting complex technical knowledge from generation to generation, while maintaining consistency of technical standards across multiple projects and geographical regions. Such educational systems would necessarily have involved not only practical apprenticeship programs, but also theoretical instruction in the mathematical and engineering principles underlying precision stone construction. The integration of practical construction skills with theoretical understanding represents one of the highest achievements of ancient technical education, requiring educational institutions capable of combining hands-on training with abstract mathematical and engineering instruction. The existence of such integrated technical education systems in ancient times would represent remarkable achievements in knowledge management and professional development that challenge conventional assumptions about prehistoric educational capabilities. The cultural significance of polygonal masonry extends beyond mere technical achievement into realms of artistic expression and possibly symbolic meaning that integrate practical construction with broader cultural values and aspirations. The aesthetic qualities achieved through polygonal construction techniques demonstrate conscious artistic intent that transforms functional construction into cultural expression of the highest order. The irregular geometries characteristic of polygonal masonry create visual effects that combine geometric precision with organic naturalism in ways that suggest sophisticated aesthetic theories and probably systematic exploration of the artistic possibilities inherent in precision stone construction. The integration of structural engineering with aesthetic achievement represents one of the highest forms of human cultural accomplishment, requiring not only technical mastery but also cultural frameworks that value and support such integration. The Vatican's preservation of ancient construction materials may therefore represent not only technological documentation, but also evidence for cultural achievements that integrate technical, artistic, and possibly spiritual dimensions of human experience. Such materials could provide insights into alternative models for cultural development that might inform contemporary efforts to integrate technological capability with broader human values and creative expression. The symbolic dimensions of polygonal masonry construction may extend beyond aesthetic considerations into areas of cultural meaning and possibly religious significance that transformed practical construction projects into expressions of cosmological understanding and spiritual aspiration. The mathematical relationships built into polygonal structures often incorporate ratios and proportions that correspond to important astronomical or mathematical constants, suggesting symbolic content that integrates practical construction with abstract intellectual achievement. The precision required for such symbolic integration would have necessitated not only technical construction skills, but also sophisticated understanding of mathematical relationships and their cultural significance. The coordination of practical construction requirements with symbolic objectives would have required planning capabilities and institutional support that extended far beyond simple building projects into realms of cultural and intellectual achievement. The contemporary relevance of ancient polygonal masonry techniques extends beyond historical curiosity into areas of practical application that could inform modern construction approaches. The seismic resistance demonstrated by ancient polygonal structures has attracted attention from earthquake engineers seeking alternative approaches to seismic design that might supplement or replace conventional reinforced concrete construction in earthquake-prone regions. The environmental sustainability of ancient construction techniques also offers potential insights for contemporary green building initiatives. The durability demonstrated by ancient polygonal structures, combined with their use of local materials and human-powered construction techniques, suggests alternative approaches to sustainable construction that might reduce the environmental impact of modern building practices while maintaining or improving structural performance. The precision manufacturing techniques employed in ancient polygonal construction could also provide insights for contemporary precision manufacturing applications. Understanding how ancient craftsmen achieved extraordinary precision using manual techniques and simple tools might inform efforts to develop sustainable manufacturing approaches that reduce energy consumption and environmental impact while maintaining quality standards appropriate for demanding applications. As we consider the full implications of these remarkable stone construction achievements, we must recognize that the precision demonstrated in ancient stonework necessarily required not only sophisticated cutting and fitting techniques, but also advanced metallurgical knowledge for creating the tools that made such precision possible. The transition from understanding how ancient peoples cut and fitted stone with such extraordinary precision to examining the metal technologies that enabled such work represents the natural next step in investigating the complete technological system that supported these impossible achievements. The tools that shaped these perfect stones may themselves represent metallurgical capabilities that challenge our fundamental understanding of what was technologically possible in the ancient world. The extraordinary precision achieved in ancient stone cutting and construction would have been impossible without equally sophisticated metallurgical capabilities for creating the tools that enabled such work. Yet, when we examine the archaeological record for evidence of the metal technologies that must have supported these achievements, we encounter one of the most perplexing mysteries in the entire spectrum of ancient technological puzzles. Scattered through museums, private collections, and allegedly within the Vatican's most restricted archives, there exist metal artifacts that appear to represent alloys and manufacturing techniques that should not have existed for thousands of years after their supposed creation dates. These are not simple examples of early bronze or ironworking, impressive as such developments were in their historical context, but sophisticated metallurgical achievements that challenge fundamental assumptions about the development of materials science and the technological capabilities available to ancient peoples. The conventional timeline of metallurgical development follows a predictable sequence that archaeologists have traced across multiple cultures and continents. Copperworking appears first, typically around 7000 BCE, followed by the development of bronze alloys through the addition of tin or other elements around 3500 BCE, and finally the mastering of iron smelting and working around 1500 BCE. This progression represents not merely technological advance, but fundamental breakthroughs in understanding materials science, high-temperature chemistry, and the complex relationships between raw materials, processing techniques, and final product properties. Each stage in this development required not only individual innovation, but systematic accumulation of knowledge about mineral extraction, furnace design, alloy composition, and metalworking techniques that took generations to perfect. Yet scattered throughout the archaeological record are artifacts that appear to represent metallurgical achievements that preceded this conventional timeline by thousands of years, or demonstrate technical capabilities that should not have been possible using the tools and knowledge supposedly available to their creators. These anomalous artifacts range from simple tools that demonstrate unexpected alloy compositions to complex manufactured items that exhibit properties that modern metallurgy can barely replicate. Most troubling of all, some of these artifacts appear to have been created using techniques that have been entirely lost to modern knowledge, representing metallurgical achievements that surpass contemporary capabilities in specific technical areas. The Vatican's alleged involvement in preserving and studying such anomalous metallurgical artifacts stems from its centuries-long role as a repository for unusual objects collected by missionaries, scholars, and travelers from around the world. Among the items catalogued in its most restricted inventories under designations such as Instrumenta Ignis Antiquissimi, most ancient fire instruments, and Lamina Vetustissima Aeris, most ancient bronze plates, are said to be metallurgical specimens that demonstrate technical capabilities far exceeding conventional estimates of ancient metallurgical knowledge. These materials reportedly include not only finished metal objects, but also raw alloy samples, partially processed materials, and possibly even examples of the specialized equipment used for advanced metallurgical operations. The provenance of these materials, according to internal Vatican records, spans multiple continents and historical periods, suggesting systematic collection of metallurgical anomalies over extended time periods. Some items are listed as originating from missionary expeditions to remote regions where indigenous peoples preserved metallurgical techniques of apparent great antiquity. Others are described as having been acquired from private collectors or archaeological expeditions that encountered metallurgical artifacts too unusual for conventional scholarly interpretation. The systematic preservation of such materials would be entirely consistent with Vatican practices for documenting and studying phenomena that might provide insights into human capabilities and historical development. One of the most intriguing accounts related to the Vatican's metallurgical collection comes from the detailed memoirs of an Italian metallurgist who claimed to have been invited to examine a small collection of ancient metal specimens during the 1960s. According to his account, he was granted access to materials stored in a climate-controlled facility beneath Vatican City, where he examined several dozen metal samples of various sizes and compositions under carefully controlled conditions. The metallurgist's description of these materials provides some of the most detailed technical information available about the alleged Vatican metallurgical collection. The centerpiece of this examination was reportedly a fist-sized ingot that exhibited properties unlike any known metal or alloy. The metallurgist described it as having a metallic luster that resembled neither gold nor copper, but seemed to shift between different colors depending on the viewing angle and lighting conditions. The weight of the ingot was reportedly much greater than lead, yet its surface showed no signs of corrosion or tarnishing, despite obvious antiquity. Most remarkably, the surface bore faint geometric patterns that appeared to have been cast rather than carved, suggesting that the alloy had been poured into a mold carved with precise geometric designs. The metallurgist's attempts to determine the composition of this unusual alloy were limited by restrictions on sampling and testing. But his visual and tactile examination convinced him that he was dealing with a material that did not correspond to any known ancient or modern alloy composition. The density, color, and surface properties suggested a complex, multi-element alloy that would have required sophisticated understanding of metallurgical chemistry and probably advanced smelting techniques to produce. The geometric patterns cast into the surface indicated not only metallurgical sophistication, but also integration of technical capability with aesthetic or possibly symbolic objectives. Additional specimens in the alleged Vatican collection reportedly included bronze alloys that demonstrated composition and properties significantly different from conventional ancient bronze. One item was described as a thin plate, approximately 20 centimeters square, bearing intricate relief patterns that had been created through a combination of casting and subsequent detailed working. The bronze alloy used for this plate reportedly exhibited corrosion resistance and mechanical properties superior to modern bronze formulations, despite having been created using supposedly primitive ancient techniques. Another significant item was described as a collection of small metal tools or implements that demonstrated manufacturing precision approaching modern standards. These tools reportedly exhibited complex geometries, sharp cutting edges that remained intact despite apparent great age, and alloy compositions that suggested systematic optimization of material properties for specific functional requirements. The sophistication of these tools implied not only advanced metallurgical knowledge, but also systematic engineering approaches to tool design and probably quality control procedures for ensuring consistent manufacturing results. The technical analysis of ancient metallurgical achievements reveals capabilities that extend far beyond simple metal extraction and basic alloy formation into areas of advanced materials science and precision manufacturing that challenge fundamental assumptions about ancient technological limitations. Creating sophisticated alloys requires not only access to appropriate raw materials, but also understanding of complex chemical relationships, high-temperature processing techniques, and systematic quality control procedures for ensuring consistent results across multiple production cycles. The development of such advanced metallurgical capabilities would have required extensive experimental investigation of different alloy compositions, systematic study of the relationships between processing parameters and final product properties, and probably statistical methods for optimizing manufacturing procedures based on empirical performance data. Such systematic approaches to materials development represent some of the most sophisticated achievements of modern industrial technology. Yet, evidence suggests that similar capabilities may have existed in ancient times, using technological frameworks adapted to very different social and economic conditions. The tools and equipment required for advanced ancient metallurgy present another layer of technical mystery that compounds the puzzle of anomalous metal artifacts. Producing sophisticated alloys requires furnace technologies capable of achieving and maintaining precise temperature control across extended processing cycles, possibly including controlled atmosphere conditions for preventing oxidation or achieving specific chemical reactions. The design and construction of such furnaces would have required advanced understanding of thermodynamics, materials science, and probably systematic experimental investigation of different furnace configurations and operating procedures. Evidence for sophisticated ancient furnace technology occasionally appears in archaeological contexts, though its full significance is not always immediately recognized. High-temperature ceramics with specialized compositions, furnace remains that demonstrate advanced design principles, and metallurgical waste products that indicate sophisticated processing techniques all point toward technological capabilities that exceed conventional estimates of ancient metallurgical knowledge. Some of these archaeological finds suggest furnace temperatures and controlled atmosphere conditions that approach the capabilities of modern industrial metallurgy. The Vatican's alleged collection may include not only finished metallurgical products, but also examples of the specialized equipment used for advanced metal processing. References in internal catalogs to fornaces antiquissimi, most ancient furnaces, and instrumenta metallicioperis, implements of metallic work, suggest preservation of metallurgical equipment that might provide crucial evidence for understanding how sophisticated alloys were produced using technology supposedly available to ancient peoples. The global distribution of anomalous metallurgical artifacts raises fundamental questions about the development and transmission of advanced metallurgical knowledge in ancient times. Sophisticated alloys and unusual metal compositions have been reported from widely separated geographical regions and time periods, suggesting either independent development of advanced metallurgical techniques by multiple cultures or systematic transmission of metallurgical knowledge through networks of contact and communication that operated on scales far exceeding conventional estimates of ancient technological and cultural exchange. The famous Delhi iron pillar in India provides one of the most visible examples of ancient metallurgical achievements that exceed modern understanding. This 4-meter-tall iron column, dated to approximately 400 CE, demonstrates corrosion resistance that surpasses modern steel, despite being exposed to the elements for more than 15 centuries. The pillar's composition includes unusually high phosphorus content and demonstrates manufacturing techniques that create a protective oxide layer with properties that modern materials science has only recently begun to understand. While the Delhi pillar represents a relatively well-documented example of advanced ancient metallurgy, numerous other artifacts demonstrate similar anomalous properties, but receive less scholarly attention due to their controversial implications or inadequate archaeological context. Small metal objects with unusual compositions, tool fragments that demonstrate unexpected manufacturing techniques, and alloy samples that exhibit properties inconsistent with their supposed age and origin. All contribute to a growing body of evidence for metallurgical capabilities that challenge conventional historical timelines. The Vatican's systematic collection of such anomalous materials would provide invaluable resources for understanding the true scope and sophistication of ancient metallurgical achievement. Comprehensive analysis of multiple samples from different geographical regions and time periods could reveal patterns of technological development that are not apparent from isolated examples, while also providing opportunities for detailed technical analysis under controlled conditions that preserve the integrity of potentially irreplaceable materials. The decision to maintain restricted access to such metallurgical materials reflects several practical and theoretical considerations that extend beyond simple institutional conservatism. Metallurgical artifacts that demonstrate capabilities significantly exceeding conventional estimates of ancient technology could easily be misinterpreted or sensationalized without appropriate scholarly context. More significantly, the implications of such materials for understanding technological development and historical chronology might require extensive interdisciplinary study before any definitive conclusions could be reached. The technical challenges involved in authenticating and interpreting anomalous metallurgical artifacts cannot be understated. Modern analytical techniques can determine alloy compositions with extraordinary precision and identify manufacturing processes used in ancient metal production. But interpreting such data requires understanding of both ancient and modern metallurgical principles, as well as detailed knowledge of archaeological context and historical possibilities. The combination of technical analysis with historical interpretation demands expertise that spans multiple disciplines and probably collaborative research involving specialists in metallurgy, archaeology, history, and possibly other fields. The contemporary relevance of ancient metallurgical achievements extends far beyond historical curiosity into areas of practical application that could inform modern materials science and manufacturing technology. Understanding how ancient peoples achieved sophisticated metallurgical results using technologies adapted to their specific resource and social constraints could provide insights for developing sustainable manufacturing approaches that reduce energy consumption and environmental impact while maintaining performance standards appropriate for demanding applications. Some ancient metallurgical techniques demonstrate environmental sustainability that surpasses modern industrial practices. The use of local materials, human-powered processing equipment, and probably renewable fuel sources created metallurgical systems that achieved sophisticated results while minimizing environmental impact. Understanding these ancient approaches could contribute to contemporary efforts to develop green manufacturing technologies that reduce the environmental footprint of materials production. The precision achieved in ancient metalworking also offers potential insights for contemporary precision manufacturing applications. Understanding how ancient craftsmen achieved extraordinary precision using manual techniques and simple tools might inform efforts to develop alternative manufacturing approaches that supplement or replace energy-intensive modern precision manufacturing techniques in specialized applications. The integration of metallurgical knowledge with other technical disciplines in ancient times suggests systematic approaches to technological development that could provide models for contemporary interdisciplinary research and development. Ancient metallurgy was necessarily integrated with mining, ceramics, tool design, and probably other technical fields in ways that created synergistic technological systems capable of achievements that exceeded the capabilities of individual disciplines working in isolation. The preservation of metallurgical knowledge across extended time periods would have required educational institutions capable of transmitting complex technical information from generation to generation, while maintaining consistency of technical standards and continuing innovation in response to changing requirements and opportunities. Understanding how ancient peoples achieved such technological continuity using educational and institutional frameworks adapted to their specific social conditions could provide guidance for contemporary efforts to maintain technological capability under various constraints and challenges. The Vatican's approach to preserving and studying ancient metallurgical materials reflects recognition of their potentially revolutionary implications for understanding human technological development and capability. The decision to maintain careful control over access to such materials demonstrates institutional awareness of the complexity and significance of the issues involved while ensuring that potentially irreplaceable evidence receives appropriate preservation and scholarly attention. The relationship between metallurgical achievement and broader technological capability suggests that sophisticated ancient metalworking was not an isolated phenomenon, but part of integrated technological systems that included advanced knowledge in multiple related fields. The existence of sophisticated metallurgy implies corresponding developments in mining, ceramics, tool design, measurement systems, and probably systematic approaches to research and development that collectively represent technological capability, far exceeding conventional estimates of ancient achievement. The social and economic implications of advanced ancient metallurgy extend beyond purely technical considerations into areas of trade, specialization, and social organization that would have been required to support sophisticated metallurgical operations. Advanced metallurgy requires access to diverse raw materials, specialized knowledge and skills, probably international trade networks for obtaining necessary resources, and social institutions capable of supporting the extended training periods and experimental investigation required for metallurgical innovation. The existence of such sophisticated social and economic systems in ancient times would represent remarkable achievements in human organization and cooperation that challenge conventional assumptions about prehistoric social capabilities. Understanding how ancient peoples developed and maintained such systems using institutional frameworks adapted to their specific technological and cultural contexts could provide insights for contemporary efforts to organize complex technological activities under various social and economic conditions. The mathematical and scientific knowledge required for advanced metallurgy includes not only practical understanding of alloy compositions and processing techniques, but also theoretical understanding of chemical relationships, thermodynamics, and probably systematic experimental methods for investigating materials' properties and optimizing manufacturing procedures. The development of such scientific understanding would have required not only individual intellectual achievement, but also institutional support for systematic investigation and probably educational systems for transmitting theoretical knowledge along with practical skills. The preservation of such scientific knowledge across extended time periods would have required institutional continuity comparable to that demonstrated by major religious or educational organizations. Understanding how ancient peoples achieved such scientific continuity using institutional frameworks adapted to their specific social and technological conditions could provide guidance for contemporary efforts to maintain scientific capability and continue scientific progress under various constraints and challenges. The integration of scientific understanding with practical metallurgical applications represents one of the highest achievements of ancient technology, requiring not only theoretical knowledge, but also systematic methods for translating scientific understanding into practical manufacturing techniques. Such integration would have required educational institutions capable of combining theoretical instruction with hands-on training, and probably research institutions capable of conducting systematic experimental investigation of metallurgical principles and applications. The Vatican's preservation of evidence for such ancient scientific and technological achievements, if the alleged materials indeed exist and could be made available for comprehensive study, would provide unprecedented opportunities for understanding the true scope and sophistication of human technological capability throughout history. Such understanding could revolutionize our conception of technological development while providing practical insights for contemporary challenges in materials science, manufacturing technology, and technological education. The aesthetic and symbolic dimensions of ancient metallurgy add another layer of complexity to understanding the cultural context within which sophisticated metallurgical achievements occurred. Many ancient metal objects demonstrate not only technical sophistication, but also artistic achievement and possibly symbolic meaning that integrate practical function with cultural expression. The geometric patterns cast into the allegedly Vatican-preserved ingot, for instance, suggest integration of metallurgical capability with aesthetic sensibility and possibly symbolic content. Such integration of technical and cultural achievement represents one of the highest forms of human cultural expression, requiring not only technical mastery, but also cultural frameworks that value and support such integration. The existence of such cultural integration in ancient times suggests social and intellectual development that extends far beyond simple technological capability into realms of artistic and philosophical sophistication. The religious and spiritual dimensions of ancient metallurgy may have provided institutional frameworks for preserving and transmitting metallurgical knowledge across extended time periods. Many ancient cultures regarded metallurgy as a sacred activity that involved transformation of base materials into useful or beautiful objects through the application of fire and skilled craftsmanship. Such religious frameworks could have provided institutional support for maintaining metallurgical traditions and continuing innovation while also creating cultural contexts that valued and protected metallurgical knowledge. The Vatican's role in preserving materials related to ancient sacred metallurgy would align with its broader mission of preserving knowledge related to human spiritual and cultural development. Understanding the religious and cultural dimensions of ancient metallurgical achievement could provide insights into alternative models for organizing and supporting technological activity that integrate technical capability with broader human values and aspirations. The contemporary implications of ancient metallurgical achievements extend beyond purely technical considerations into philosophical questions about the nature of technological development and human capability. If sophisticated metallurgy was indeed practiced in ancient times, using technologies and institutional frameworks very different from those supporting modern materials science, it suggests that technological capability is not necessarily tied to particular social or economic conditions, but may represent more fundamental aspects of human intelligence and creativity. Such understanding could inform contemporary efforts to develop technological capability under diverse conditions while providing perspective on the relationship between technological development and human cultural and spiritual development. The integration of technical achievement with cultural and spiritual values demonstrated by ancient metallurgy could provide models for contemporary efforts to develop technology that serves broader human purposes rather than merely technical or economic objectives. The metallurgical mysteries preserved in the Vatican's alleged collection therefore represent multiple dimensions of significance that extend far beyond their immediate technical content. They constitute potential evidence for ancient technological capability, alternative models for technological development and cultural integration, and insights into fundamental aspects of human intelligence and creativity that could inform contemporary efforts to understand and develop human potential. The transition from understanding ancient metallurgical capabilities to examining the urban and architectural contexts within which such sophisticated technologies flourished represents the natural next step in investigating the complete cultural and technological systems that supported these remarkable achievements. Advanced metallurgy cannot exist in isolation, but requires complex social, economic, and institutional support systems that necessarily imply sophisticated urban development and architectural achievement. The cities and settlements that supported advanced ancient metallurgy may themselves represent architectural and urban planning achievements that challenge conventional understanding of ancient capabilities. Yet evidence for such sophisticated urban development may be hidden beneath accumulated sediments or drowned beneath rising seas that have concealed the true scope of ancient human achievement from modern archaeological investigation. The sophisticated metallurgical technologies and precision stone construction techniques that we have examined could not have existed in isolation, but necessarily required complex urban centers and extensive trade networks to support their development and application. Yet, when we search the archaeological record for evidence of the cities and commercial networks that must have sustained such advanced technological capabilities, we encounter a troubling absence that suggests a fundamental gap in our understanding of ancient human settlement patterns. The cities that supported advanced prehistoric technology may not have vanished through gradual abandonment or conquest, as conventional archaeology assumes, but may have been suddenly and catastrophically destroyed by natural forces that left few traces for modern investigation. Among the most compelling evidence for such catastrophic urban destruction comes from a mysterious manuscript allegedly preserved in the Vatican's deepest archives. A work known to the few scholars who have glimpsed it as the Chronicon de Uvi, which appears to describe the systematic destruction of 9 major coastal cities by rapidly rising sea levels in the aftermath of some undefined but clearly catastrophic event. The Chronicon de Uvi represents one of the most significant and controversial documents in the Vatican's alleged collection of prehistoric materials, for it appears to preserve eyewitness accounts of events that occurred thousands of years before any known civilization possessed the writing systems necessary to record such detailed observations. The manuscript, according to those who have studied it, consists of medieval Latin text that claims to be translated from much older sources, possibly including direct copies of inscriptions or documents that survived from the period they describe. The accounts contained within the Chronicon are not allegorical or mythological in nature, as might be expected from ancient flood narratives, but precise and practical in their descriptions of geographical features, measurement of time periods, and documentation of the physical processes involved in catastrophic coastal flooding. The 9 cities described in the Chronicon are said to have been located on the plains of the Eastern Sea, a geographical reference that marginal notes in later hands identify with the Persian Gulf region. This identification carries profound implications, for modern geological research has confirmed that vast areas of what is now the Persian Gulf were indeed dry land during the last ice age, when sea levels were more than 100 meters lower than their current position. The gradual melting of continental ice sheets over thousands of years caused sea levels to rise systematically, drowning coastal plains that had supported rivers, forests, and potentially extensive human settlements. If major cities had indeed existed in these now submerged regions, they would represent some of the earliest examples of urban civilization, predating the supposed first cities of Mesopotamia by thousands of years. The geographical precision of the Chronicon's descriptions provide some of the most compelling evidence for their authenticity and historical value. The accounts describe specific topographical features, river courses, and coastal configurations that correspond remarkably well to the submerged landscape of the Persian Gulf, as revealed by modern sonar mapping and geological survey. The text mentions 9 cities arranged along river courses that flowed across broad plains toward the sea, a description that matches precisely the now drowned river valleys that carried the ancient Tigris and Euphrates across the exposed continental shelf toward a shoreline that lay far to the southeast of its current position. The systematic nature of the flooding described in the Chronicon suggests not gradual sea level rise over centuries or millennia, but rapid inundation that occurred over periods measured in years or decades rather than geological time scales. The accounts describe specific time intervals for different phases of the flooding process, including the number of days required for water levels to reach particular landmarks, and the distances that ships could penetrate inland once the flood reached its maximum extent. Such precise chronological and geographical documentation implies direct observation by witnesses who possessed not only writing systems for recording their observations, but also systematic methods for measuring time and distance during the catastrophic events they were experiencing. The cultural implications of the Chronicon's accounts extend far beyond simple documentation of natural disasters into questions about the sophistication and extent of prehistoric civilization. Cities capable of generating the detailed written records implied by the Chronicon would necessarily have possessed complex social organization, specialized administrative systems, and probably extensive trade networks connecting them with other urban centers. The systematic destruction of 9 such cities would represent one of the most significant cultural catastrophes in human history, eliminating not only the urban centers themselves, but also the accumulated knowledge, technological capabilities, and social institutions that such cities had developed over potentially thousands of years. The Vatican's preservation of the Chronicon de Uvi reflects the institution's recognition of its potentially revolutionary implications for understanding early human development and the origins of civilization. The decision to maintain restricted access to such materials demonstrates awareness that their contents might fundamentally challenge established historical narratives, while requiring extensive scholarly investigation before any definitive interpretations could be offered. The integration of geological, archaeological, and textual evidence required for proper evaluation of the Chronicon's claims would demand interdisciplinary collaboration on a scale rarely attempted in historical research. The linguistic and paleographic analysis of the Chronicon presents additional layers of complexity that compound the challenges involved in authenticating and interpreting its contents. The manuscript's medieval Latin text shows characteristics that suggest translation from older sources, written in different languages and possibly different writing systems. Certain passages preserve technical terms and proper names that appear to derive from pre-Latin linguistic traditions, while the overall narrative structure and descriptive techniques employed in the text differ significantly from conventional medieval historical writing. Such linguistic evidence supports claims that the Chronicon represents translation of much older source materials rather than medieval invention or speculation. The preservation of such ancient textual materials across thousands of years would have required institutional continuity and systematic copying procedures comparable to those employed by major religious or educational institutions. The survival of detailed accounts from prehistoric flood events implies not only initial recording of these events, but also continuous institutional support for preserving and transmitting the resulting documents across multiple cultural transitions and possible additional catastrophic disruptions. Understanding how such preservation was achieved could provide insights into alternative methods for maintaining cultural and historical knowledge across extended time periods and major social upheavals. The geographical evidence supporting the Chronicon's accounts has become increasingly compelling as modern oceanographic research reveals the true extent and character of the submerged landscapes beneath the Persian Gulf. Detailed sonar mapping has identified extensive networks of submerged river channels, ancient shorelines, and possible archaeological features that correspond remarkably well to the geographical descriptions contained in the medieval manuscript. These submerged features include not only natural topographical elements, but also possible artificial structures that might represent the remains of human settlements or engineering works. The timing of the flooding events described in the Chronicon corresponds closely to the period of rapid sea level rise that occurred during the final phases of the last ice age, roughly 12,000 to 8,000 years ago. This period saw some of the most rapid and extensive changes in global sea level in human history, with rates of rise that would have been clearly perceptible to human observers and capable of causing the kind of rapid coastal inundation described in the manuscript. The convergence of textual descriptions with geological evidence for rapid sea level change provides mutually supporting evidence that enhances the credibility of both sources. The archaeological implications of the Chronicon's accounts are staggering in their potential scope and significance. If major urban centers indeed existed in the now submerged regions of the Persian Gulf 8 to 12,000 years ago, they would predate the supposed first cities of Mesopotamia by thousands of years, and fundamentally alter our understanding of when and where urban civilization first developed. Such cities would necessarily have possessed all the technological, social, and intellectual capabilities required for urban life, including advanced agriculture, specialized crafts, complex social organization, trade networks, and writing systems capable of producing the detailed records preserved in the Chronicon. The technological capabilities required for the urban centers described in the Chronicon would have included not only the basic requirements for urban life, but also sophisticated engineering for dealing with the complex hydrological conditions of a region crossed by major rivers and subject to periodic flooding. The cities would have required advanced water management systems, probably including canals, dikes, drainage systems, and possibly artificial harbors for supporting the trade networks that connected them with other regions. The sudden destruction of such sophisticated urban infrastructure by catastrophic flooding would have eliminated not only the physical structures, but also the accumulated technological knowledge and institutional capabilities that such engineering achievements represented. The cultural and intellectual achievements implied by the Chronicon's detailed accounts would have included not only writing systems sophisticated enough to produce complex historical narratives, but also mathematical and observational capabilities sufficient for the precise measurement of time, distance, and geographical relationships documented in the text. Such intellectual capabilities would necessarily have been supported by educational institutions, libraries, or archives for preserving written materials, and probably systematic approaches to knowledge development and transmission comparable to those employed by later historical civilizations. The trade networks that connected the 9 cities described in the Chronicon would have operated on scales that challenge conventional assumptions about prehistoric commercial and cultural exchange. Cities located in the Persian Gulf region would have been ideally positioned to serve as intermediaries between the resource-rich regions of Central Asia, the Indian subcontinent, and the emerging agricultural areas of Mesopotamia and the Eastern Mediterranean. Such trade networks would have facilitated not only the exchange of goods, but also the transmission of technological knowledge, cultural practices, and intellectual achievements across vast geographical regions. The systematic destruction of these hypothetical trade networks through catastrophic flooding would have eliminated crucial links in the chains of cultural and technological transmission that connected different regions of the ancient world. The resulting disruption would have forced surviving populations to rebuild not only their physical infrastructure, but also their commercial relationships, technological capabilities, and cultural institutions. The process of such rebuilding might explain some of the apparent discontinuities in the archaeological record that mark the transition between prehistoric and historical periods in many regions. The Vatican's alleged possession of additional materials related to the flooding events described in the Chronicon adds another dimension to the documentary evidence for these catastrophic events. Internal inventory references suggest the preservation of supplementary texts, maps, and possibly physical artifacts that provide additional perspectives on the flooding events and their consequences. Such materials might include contemporary accounts from other regions, geographical documents that preserve information about the pre-flood landscape, and possibly archaeological specimens recovered from the affected areas. One particularly intriguing reference in Vatican shipping records from the early 18th century describes the acquisition of carved stones brought up by fishermen from the shallow waters of the Persian Gulf. These stones were reportedly marked with symbols and patterns that resembled those found on Neolithic pottery from sites far inland, suggesting possible connections between the submerged regions and known archaeological sites in surrounding areas. The systematic collection and preservation of such materials would provide crucial physical evidence for evaluating claims about prehistoric urban development in now submerged coastal regions. The broader implications of the Chronicon de Uvi extend far beyond the specific geographical region it describes into fundamental questions about the continuity of human cultural development and the relationship between prehistoric and historical civilizations. If sophisticated urban centers indeed existed thousands of years before the supposed dawn of civilization, and if detailed written records of their destruction have been preserved through institutional transmission chains that eventually reached medieval European monasteries, it would demonstrate cultural continuity and institutional sophistication that fundamentally challenges conventional narratives about human development. The preservation of such records through the catastrophic events they describe implies the existence of institutional frameworks capable of maintaining cultural and documentary continuity despite major social and environmental disruptions. Understanding how such institutional continuity was achieved could provide valuable insights for contemporary efforts to preserve cultural knowledge and maintain social institutions, despite various forms of crisis and upheaval. The methods employed by prehistoric institutions for preserving crucial cultural information might offer alternative approaches to knowledge preservation that could supplement or replace modern systems under various challenging conditions. The technological implications of the Chronicon's accounts extend beyond the specific urban centers it describes into questions about the broader technological context within which such cities existed. Advanced urban civilization requires supporting technologies in agriculture, transportation, communication, and manufacturing that collectively represent sophisticated technological systems operating on regional or possibly global scales. The existence of such technological systems in prehistoric times would necessarily imply corresponding developments in multiple related fields that collectively represent technological capability far exceeding conventional estimates of prehistoric achievement. The agricultural systems required to support the urban populations described in the Chronicon would have included not only basic food production but also sophisticated water management, probably including irrigation systems adapted to the complex hydrological conditions of a region crossed by major rivers and subject to seasonal flooding. Such agricultural systems would have required understanding of hydrology, soil science, plant breeding, and probably systematic approaches to agricultural research and development comparable to those employed by later agricultural civilizations. The transportation systems that connected the 9 cities with each other and with other regions would have required sophisticated shipbuilding, navigation, and probably systematic approaches to route development and maintenance. The Persian Gulf region's position as a natural crossroads between different continental regions would have made it an ideal location for developing advanced transportation technologies and establishing the kind of international trade networks that could support urban civilization at multiple locations simultaneously. The manufacturing systems required to support urban populations would have included not only basic crafts, but also specialized production of tools, weapons, luxury goods, and probably the sophisticated technological items required for advanced agriculture, transportation, and urban infrastructure. Such manufacturing capabilities would have required not only individual craftsmanship, but also systematic approaches to resource procurement, quality control, and probably technological innovation comparable to those employed by later manufacturing civilizations. The communication systems required for coordinating activities across multiple urban centers would have included not only writing systems capable of producing complex documents, but also systematic methods for transmitting information across distances, preserving important records against various forms of destruction, and probably maintaining institutional memory across generations and cultural transitions. The sophistication of such communication systems would necessarily have approached levels comparable to those achieved by later historical civilizations. The sudden destruction of such integrated technological systems through catastrophic flooding would have eliminated not only the physical infrastructure, but also the accumulated knowledge, institutional capabilities, and social frameworks that supported their operation. The resulting technological regression would have forced surviving populations to rebuild their capabilities from fragmentary remains, while also adapting to fundamentally altered geographical and environmental conditions. The process of such technological rebuilding might explain some of the apparent innovations that marked the beginning of historical civilization in Mesopotamia and other regions. Technologies that appear as sudden breakthroughs in the historical record might actually represent recovery and adaptation of older technological traditions that had been disrupted by the catastrophic events described in the Chronicon. Understanding this process could provide insights into the mechanisms by which technological knowledge is preserved, transmitted, and recovered following major cultural disruptions. The institutional frameworks required for preserving the Chronicon itself, across the thousands of years between the events it describes and its eventual preservation in medieval monasteries, represent remarkable achievements in cultural preservation and institutional continuity. Such preservation would have required not only initial recording of the events, but also systematic copying and retranslation across multiple languages, writing systems, and cultural contexts, while maintaining the essential content and character of the original accounts. The Vatican's role in this preservation process reflects its historical function as a repository for knowledge that transcends particular cultural and temporal boundaries. The Church's millennium-long tradition of preserving ancient texts, its global networks for collecting materials from diverse sources, and its institutional capabilities for maintaining manuscript collections across changing political and social conditions represent exactly the kind of institutional framework required for preserving prehistoric documents across historical timescales. The scholarly implications of comprehensive study of the Chronicon de Uvi and related materials would extend across multiple academic disciplines, including archaeology, geology, linguistics, history, and probably several others. Understanding the events described in the manuscript would require integration of textual analysis with geological evidence, archaeological investigation, and probably climatological modeling to reconstruct the environmental conditions that produced the catastrophic flooding. Such interdisciplinary research would establish new standards for historical investigation while potentially revealing evidence for prehistoric civilizations that fundamentally alters our understanding of human development. The contemporary relevance of the Chronicon's accounts extends beyond purely historical interest into areas of practical concern related to climate change, sea level rise, and the vulnerability of coastal populations to environmental catastrophe. Understanding how prehistoric urban civilizations responded to rapid environmental change could provide insights for contemporary efforts to adapt to similar challenges, while also illuminating the potential long-term consequences of current environmental trends. The cultural preservation lessons embedded in the Chronicon's survival across thousands of years could inform contemporary efforts to preserve cultural knowledge and maintain institutional continuity despite various forms of disruption. The methods employed by prehistoric and historical institutions for maintaining cultural memory across major catastrophes might offer alternative approaches to knowledge preservation that could supplement modern systems in various challenging contexts. The technological recovery processes implied by the relationship between prehistoric and historical civilizations could provide insights for contemporary efforts to maintain technological capability despite various forms of disruption. Understanding how technological knowledge was preserved, transmitted, and rebuilt following major cultural catastrophes could inform efforts to develop resilient technological systems that can survive and recover from various forms of crisis. The geographical evidence for prehistoric coastal civilizations continues to accumulate as modern oceanographic research reveals increasing detail about submerged landscapes around the world. Similar patterns of submerged river valleys, ancient shorelines, and possible archaeological features appear in coastal regions throughout the world, suggesting that the events described in the Chronicon may represent only one example of a much larger pattern of prehistoric coastal development and subsequent inundation. The global scope of such prehistoric coastal development would necessarily have required communication and coordination networks, operating on scales that challenge conventional assumptions about prehistoric cultural and technological capabilities. Understanding how such networks operated could provide insights into alternative approaches to international cooperation and cultural exchange that might inform contemporary efforts to address global challenges requiring coordinated responses. As we consider the full implications of the Chronicon de Uvi and the evidence it provides for sophisticated prehistoric coastal civilizations, we must also recognize that the catastrophic flooding events it describes would have driven surviving populations inland to regions where they could establish new settlements protected from future coastal inundation. The refugees from these drowned coastal cities would have carried with them not only their technological knowledge and cultural traditions, but also their institutional capabilities and social organization systems. These refugee populations might have established new settlements in desert regions where evidence of their achievements now lies buried beneath accumulated sand and sediment, waiting for archaeological investigation to reveal the true scope and sophistication of prehistoric human achievement. The transition from understanding drowned coastal civilizations to examining buried desert settlements represents the natural next step in investigating the complete scope of prehistoric urban development and its influence on later historical civilizations. The refugees and survivors from the drowned coastal cities described in the Chronicon de Uvi would not have simply vanished from history, but would have carried their knowledge, technologies, and cultural traditions inland to regions where they could establish new settlements, safe from the catastrophic sea level changes that had destroyed their original homes. The most logical destinations for such refugee populations would have been the inland regions that offered reliable water sources, defensible positions, and sufficient resources to support urban development. During the period when coastal cities were being inundated by rising seas, much of what is now the Sahara Desert was a green and fertile landscape, crossed by rivers, dotted with lakes, and capable of supporting large populations and complex civilizations. It is in these now arid regions where shifting sand dunes periodically reveal glimpses of ancient stone structures that we may find the most direct evidence for the continuation of sophisticated prehistoric civilization long after the coastal catastrophes had ended. The transformation of the Sahara from a green and habitable landscape to the arid desert we know today occurred gradually over thousands of years, driven by changes in Earth's orbital cycles that altered weather patterns, and eliminated the monsoon rains that had sustained the region's rivers and lakes. This process of desertification would have been clearly perceptible to human populations living in the region, forcing them either to migrate to more favorable areas or to adapt their civilizations to increasingly arid conditions. Those who chose to remain would have faced the gradual burial of their cities and monuments under advancing sand dunes, preserving their achievements beneath protective layers of sediment that have maintained them in pristine condition for thousands of years, while simultaneously hiding them from modern archaeological investigation. Evidence for such buried civilizations occasionally emerges when unusual weather conditions, shifting sand patterns, or human activities temporarily expose fragments of ancient construction that hint at much larger buried complexes. Throughout the eastern Sahara, the Sinai Peninsula, and the Libyan Desert, travelers and researchers have reported glimpses of stone walls, architectural fragments, and carved stones that appear briefly above the sand before being covered again by the relentless movement of the dunes. These brief appearances provide tantalizing evidence for extensive buried archaeological sites, but their temporary nature and remote locations have prevented systematic investigation that could reveal the true scope and sophistication of the civilizations they represent. The Vatican's involvement in documenting these ephemeral archaeological discoveries stems from its global network of missionaries and scholars who have traveled extensively in desert regions and encountered local traditions that preserve knowledge of buried cities and ancient monuments. Missionary reports from the 19th and early 20th centuries frequently mention encounters with Bedouin guides who claimed knowledge of stone ruins buried beneath specific sand formations, and could predict when changing wind patterns might temporarily expose fragments of ancient walls or carved stones. These indigenous traditions often preserved remarkably detailed geographical information about the locations of buried sites, and sometimes included oral histories that described the original appearance and function of the buried structures. One of the most detailed accounts in the Vatican's alleged collection of desert archaeological materials comes from a Franciscan missionary working in the eastern Egyptian desert during the 1930s, who reported discovering a partially exposed stone wall that exhibited construction techniques unlike any known Egyptian or Nubian architecture. The missionary's field notes, preserved in his personal correspondence, describe a wall segment composed of precisely fitted stone blocks without mortar, each block weighing several tons and exhibiting surface finishes that approached mirror quality. The construction technique resembled the polygonal masonry found in Peru and other locations around the world. But the wall was clearly much older than any known examples of such construction in the Mediterranean region. More significantly, the missionary reported finding carved symbols on several of the exposed stone blocks that did not correspond to any known ancient Egyptian, Nubian, or Mediterranean writing systems. These symbols were described as geometric patterns combined with stylized representations of celestial objects, suggesting possible astronomical or religious significance. The missionary made detailed sketches of these symbols and attempted to copy them for further study. But his plans for more extensive investigation were interrupted by political changes in the region that made further archaeological work impossible. The missionary's reports and sketches were sent to Rome for preservation and study, joining a growing collection of similar materials from desert regions around the world. The systematic accumulation of such reports over many decades would have created a comprehensive archive of evidence for buried desert civilizations that could provide crucial insights into the scope and distribution of prehistoric urban development in regions now considered too arid to have supported complex societies. The technical analysis of stone construction techniques reported from buried desert sites reveals remarkable consistency with the polygonal masonry traditions found in coastal and mountainous regions around the world. The precise stone cutting, perfect fitting without mortar, and sophisticated understanding of structural engineering principles that characterize these desert discoveries suggest that the same technological traditions that produced the great coastal cities also flourished in inland regions during periods when environmental conditions were more favorable for urban development. The geographical distribution of reported buried sites across the Sahara and adjacent desert regions suggests systematic patterns of settlement that may have been connected by ancient trade routes or communication networks. Sites reported from widely separated locations often share similar construction techniques, architectural orientations, and symbolic elements that suggest cultural connections and possibly coordinated development programs operating on regional or even continental scales. Such coordination would have required sophisticated communication systems and institutional frameworks capable of maintaining cultural and technological consistency across vast geographical distances. The preservation conditions in desert environments offer unique advantages for archaeological investigation that could potentially revolutionize our understanding of prehistoric civilization. The dry climate and protective sand cover that characterize desert regions create ideal conditions for preserving organic materials, metal artifacts, and architectural elements that would have decayed or been destroyed in more humid environments. Sites that have been buried for thousands of years beneath desert sand may preserve complete buildings, intact technological artifacts, and possibly even written records that could provide unprecedented insights into prehistoric technological and cultural capabilities. The Vatican's approach to investigating these buried desert sites reflects both the opportunities and challenges involved in systematic archaeological work in remote and politically sensitive regions. The institutional resources required for large-scale desert archaeology exceed the capabilities of most academic institutions. While the political complexities of working in regions that span multiple national boundaries create additional obstacles for international research programs. The Church's global networks and diplomatic capabilities provide unique advantages for organizing and supporting archaeological work in challenging regions, but also create responsibilities for managing discoveries that might have significant political or cultural implications. The cultural traditions preserved by indigenous desert populations often provide crucial guidance for locating and understanding buried archaeological sites. Bedouin oral histories, for instance, frequently preserve detailed geographical information about the locations of buried ruins, and sometimes include traditional accounts of the peoples who built them and the reasons for their abandonment. These oral traditions often demonstrate remarkable accuracy when verified against archaeological evidence and may preserve cultural memory spanning thousands of years through systematic transmission across generations. The integration of indigenous knowledge with modern archaeological techniques offers promising approaches for investigating buried desert civilizations while respecting the cultural rights and traditional knowledge of local populations. Collaborative research programs that combine traditional geographical knowledge with modern remote sensing technologies, systematic excavation techniques, and advanced analytical methods could reveal evidence for prehistoric desert civilizations while ensuring that resulting discoveries contribute to local cultural preservation and economic development. The astronomical alignments and symbolic elements reported from buried desert sites suggest sophisticated understanding of celestial mechanics and possibly systematic astronomical observation programs that supported navigation, timekeeping, and ritual activities. The consistency of these astronomical elements across widely separated sites implies coordinated astronomical traditions that may have provided unified frameworks for cultural and technological development across the entire region during periods when environmental conditions supported complex societies. The sudden abandonment of these desert civilizations appears to have been driven not only by gradual environmental change, but also by catastrophic events that may have provided the final impetus for population migration to more favorable regions. Among the most intriguing evidence for such catastrophic abandonment comes from another mysterious manuscript allegedly preserved in the Vatican's archives, known to scholars as the Liber de Caelesti Ruina. which appears to describe catastrophic events involving objects falling from the sky that caused widespread destruction and may have provided the final blow to civilizations already struggling with environmental challenges. The Liber de Caelesti Ruina, stars that fell. The Liber de Caelesti Ruina represents one of the most extraordinary and controversial documents in the Vatican's alleged collection of ancient materials, for it appears to preserve eyewitness accounts of catastrophic events involving celestial objects that struck the Earth with devastating consequences for human civilizations. The manuscript, written in medieval Latin but claiming to derive from much older sources, describes what can only be interpreted as massive meteor impacts or aerial explosions that created widespread destruction, triggered secondary disasters including fires and floods, and may have provided the final catastrophic blow to sophisticated prehistoric civilizations already struggling with environmental challenges and social upheavals. The accounts preserved in the Liber are remarkable for their precision and technical detail, describing not only the immediate visual and auditory phenomena associated with celestial impacts, but also the secondary effects, including widespread fires, atmospheric disturbances, and long-term environmental changes that followed the initial events. The descriptions include specific observations about the color and behavior of atmospheric phenomena, the duration and intensity of associated fires, and the geographical extent of areas affected by the catastrophic events. Such detailed technical observations suggest not only direct eyewitness experience, but also systematic attempts to record and preserve accurate information about phenomena that were clearly recognized as unprecedented and historically significant. The geographical scope of the destruction described in the Liber extends across multiple regions, including what are now the Middle East, North Africa, and possibly parts of Europe and Asia. The accounts describe a sequence of impacts or explosions that occurred over a period of several years, suggesting either multiple separate events or a sustained bombardment by fragments of a larger celestial object that had broken apart before reaching Earth. The global scope of these events would have had catastrophic consequences for any civilizations existing at the time, potentially eliminating entire cultural regions while forcing surviving populations to rebuild their societies under fundamentally altered environmental and social conditions. The technical descriptions of the impact phenomena preserved in the Liber correspond remarkably well to modern scientific understanding of the effects of large meteor impacts or aerial explosions. The accounts describe brilliant flashes of light visible over vast distances, thunderous sounds that preceded the arrival of destructive shock waves, and the formation of massive clouds that obscured the sun for extended periods. These descriptions match closely the expected effects of major impact events as predicted by modern impact physics and observed in historical accounts of smaller but similar phenomena. Most significantly, the Liber includes descriptions of the formation of vitrified materials and unusual glass formations that appear to correspond to the natural glass formations found in desert regions around the world. The Libyan desert glass, for instance, represents one of the most mysterious geological phenomena in the Sahara, consisting of pure silica glass formations scattered across thousands of square kilometers of desert that appear to have been created by intense heat of unknown origin. Similar glass formations appear in other desert regions around the world. And while various theories have been proposed for their formation, the most compelling explanation involves the intense heat generated by meteor impacts or atmospheric explosions. The correlation between the glass formations described in the Liber and the actual glass deposits found in desert regions provides potentially powerful evidence for the authenticity and accuracy of the manuscript's accounts. If the Liber indeed preserves authentic records of the events that created these glass formations, it would represent some of the most ancient and detailed documentation of major impact events in human history, predating all other known written records of such phenomena by thousands of years. The Vatican's alleged preservation of the Liber de Caelesti Ruina reflects recognition of its potentially revolutionary implications for understanding both human history and natural catastrophe processes. The manuscript could provide crucial evidence for correlating ancient impact events with known geological formations, while also illuminating the human consequences of such catastrophes for prehistoric civilizations. The interdisciplinary research required for proper evaluation of the Liber's claims would necessarily involve experts in impact physics, geology, archaeology, linguistics, and possibly several other fields working in unprecedented collaboration. The scientific implications of the Liber's accounts extend beyond simple documentation of impact events into questions about the frequency and clustering of such events in human history. If multiple major impacts indeed occurred within a relatively short time period, as the manuscript suggests, it would indicate that Earth has experienced episodes of enhanced bombardment that could have had profound consequences for the development of human civilization. Understanding the timing and characteristics of such bombardment episodes could provide insights into natural catastrophe cycles that might have implications for assessing contemporary impact risks. The archaeological implications of the Liber's accounts are equally profound, for they suggest that major archaeological sites and cultural developments should be interpreted within the context of catastrophic environmental disruption that eliminated earlier civilizations and forced survivors to rebuild under fundamentally altered conditions. The apparent correlation between impact events and the transition periods in human cultural development could provide new frameworks for understanding why certain civilizations disappeared from the archaeological record while others emerged in their place. The preservation of such ancient catastrophe records would have required institutional frameworks capable of maintaining cultural memory across the chaos and disruption that followed major impact events. The survival of detailed technical accounts through such catastrophic periods implies remarkable institutional resilience and systematic commitment to preserving crucial historical information, despite overwhelming social and environmental challenges. Understanding how such preservation was achieved could provide insights into methods for maintaining cultural continuity during contemporary challenges, including climate change, natural disasters, and other forms of large-scale disruption. The geological evidence supporting the Liber's accounts continues to accumulate as modern research reveals increasing evidence for major impact events during periods that correspond to significant transitions in human cultural development. The identification of impact markers, including shocked minerals, microscopic diamonds, and spherical particles in geological layers that correspond to archaeological transition periods, provides independent confirmation that major impact events indeed occurred during periods when they could have affected human civilizations. The global distribution of impact evidence suggests that the events described in the Liber were not isolated regional phenomena, but part of worldwide catastrophic episodes that would have affected human populations across multiple continents simultaneously. Such global catastrophes would have eliminated not only individual settlements or civilizations, but entire networks of cultural and technological exchange, forcing surviving populations to rebuild not only their local societies, but also the long-distance relationships that had supported complex technological and cultural development. The timing of the impact events described in the Liber corresponds closely to the period of transition between prehistoric and historical civilizations in multiple regions around the world. This correlation suggests that the emergence of historical civilizations may represent not independent cultural innovation, but recovery and rebuilding efforts by populations that had inherited technological and cultural knowledge from prehistoric civilizations destroyed by natural catastrophes. Understanding this recovery process could provide insights into how human societies respond to catastrophic disruption, while also revealing the true antiquity and sophistication of human technological and cultural capabilities. The technological implications of surviving catastrophic impact events extend beyond simple preservation of existing knowledge. into questions about how technological systems adapt and evolve in response to dramatically altered environmental and social conditions. Populations that survived major impact events would have faced unprecedented challenges requiring technological innovation and adaptation, while working with reduced resources and disrupted social institutions. The technologies that emerged from such survival situations might represent remarkable achievements in adaptive engineering that could provide insights for contemporary challenges requiring technological solutions under resource constraints. The cultural implications of the Liber's accounts extend into fundamental questions about how human societies preserve and transmit essential knowledge across catastrophic disruptions that eliminate existing institutional frameworks. The survival of detailed technical and historical information through the chaos following major impact events demonstrates remarkable cultural resilience and systematic commitment to knowledge preservation that challenges conventional assumptions about the vulnerability of human cultural achievements to natural disasters. The Sealed Testament, the various fragments of evidence we have examined, from proto-writing systems and ancient maps to sophisticated metallurgy and catastrophic impact records, begin to coalesce into a coherent picture that challenges fundamental assumptions about the development of human civilization. Rather than representing isolated anomalies or coincidental similarities, these diverse pieces of evidence appear to point toward the existence of sophisticated prehistoric civilizations that possess technological and cultural capabilities far exceeding conventional estimates, and that were connected by networks of communication and exchange operating on global scales. The question that emerges from this evidence is not whether such civilizations existed, but why knowledge of their existence has been so systematically excluded from conventional historical narratives, and what institutions might possess comprehensive evidence that could definitively resolve these questions. It is within this context that rumors persist about the existence of a master compilation within the Vatican's deepest archives, a bound collection of materials that brings together all the scattered evidence for prehistoric civilization into a coherent narrative that spans thousands of years and multiple continents. This hypothetical compilation, referred to by those who claim knowledge of it as the Sealed Testament of Ages, would represent not merely another ancient manuscript, but a systematic attempt to correlate and interpret the full range of evidence for prehistoric human achievement using scholarly methods and institutional resources that exceed those available to any contemporary research organization. The creation of such a comprehensive compilation would represent a massive scholarly undertaking requiring access to materials from around the world, expertise in multiple disciplines including archaeology, geology, linguistics, astronomy, and metallurgy, and institutional support for maintaining the project across extended time periods. The Vatican's unique position as a global institution with millennium-long traditions of scholarship and preservation would make it the logical organization to attempt such a comprehensive synthesis, while its diplomatic status and international networks would provide unprecedented access to materials and expertise from around the world. The contents of such a compilation would necessarily begin with the earliest evidence for sophisticated human technological and cultural achievement, tracing the development of proto-writing systems, astronomical observation, geodetic knowledge, and precision manufacturing techniques across multiple prehistoric periods and geographical regions. The systematic correlation of these diverse forms of evidence would reveal patterns of technological and cultural development that are not apparent when individual categories of evidence are examined in isolation. The geographical scope of the compilation would span all inhabited continents, documenting evidence for sophisticated prehistoric achievement from the buried cities of the Persian Gulf to the drowned settlements of continental shelves around the world, from the precision stonework of Peru to the astronomical monuments of Europe and Asia, from the metallurgical achievements of Africa to the navigation traditions of the Pacific Islands. Such comprehensive geographical coverage would reveal the true extent of prehistoric technological and cultural networks, while also documenting the systematic nature of the catastrophic events that brought these civilizations to an end. The chronological framework of the compilation would necessarily extend back to periods much earlier than conventional historical narratives acknowledge, possibly reaching back to the end of the last ice age, or even earlier periods, when environmental conditions were very different from those that characterized later historical development. The systematic correlation of geological, archaeological, and textual evidence would provide unprecedented precision in dating prehistoric achievements, while also revealing the timing and nature of the catastrophic events that periodically disrupted human cultural development. The technological analysis contained in such a compilation would document capabilities in astronomy, mathematics, engineering, metallurgy, navigation, and possibly other fields that collectively represent technological systems of remarkable sophistication and integration. The systematic comparison of technological achievements across different regions and time periods would reveal patterns of development, transmission, and loss that illuminate fundamental processes in human technological evolution, while also demonstrating capabilities that challenge contemporary technological understanding. The cultural analysis would document not only technological achievements, but also the social, institutional, and intellectual frameworks that supported such achievements. Understanding how prehistoric civilizations organized education, maintained institutional continuity, and preserved knowledge across generations and catastrophic disruptions would provide insights into alternative models for cultural development that might inform contemporary efforts to maintain and advance human capabilities under various challenging conditions. The compilation's approach to catastrophic events would systematically correlate evidence for natural disasters, including impact events, climate changes, and geological disruptions, with archaeological evidence for cultural transitions and the textual records preserved in ancient manuscripts. Such correlation would reveal the true scope and frequency of catastrophic disruptions in human history, while also documenting how human societies have responded to and recovered from such challenges. The decision to maintain such a compilation in sealed archives, rather than making it available for public study, would reflect multiple considerations, including the fragility of the materials involved, the complexity of the scholarly issues they raise, and the potential consequences of premature or inadequate public presentation. The institutional responsibility for preserving irreplaceable evidence while ensuring its eventual availability for scholarly study creates tensions that require careful balance between preservation and access, between scholarly rigor and public interest, between institutional caution and intellectual courage. The theological implications of comprehensive evidence for sophisticated prehistoric civilization would necessarily require careful consideration within institutional frameworks that must balance scholarly objectivity with religious teachings and pastoral responsibilities. Understanding how such evidence relates to traditional religious narratives about human origins and development would require theological scholarship of the highest order, while also creating opportunities for deeper integration of scientific and religious perspectives on human nature and destiny. The political implications of definitive evidence for prehistoric global civilization would extend far beyond academic archaeology into contemporary questions about cultural heritage, national identity, and international relations. Evidence that sophisticated technological and cultural achievements occurred thousands of years before the supposed emergence of particular national or cultural traditions could challenge established narratives about cultural primacy, while also raising questions about the ownership and control of ancient heritage sites and artifacts. The economic implications would be equally complex, as evidence for prehistoric technological achievements could potentially lead to renewed interest in ancient techniques that might have contemporary applications. while also triggering commercial exploitation of archaeological sites and resources that could threaten their preservation and scientific value. Managing such economic pressures while ensuring that potential benefits serve broader human interests rather than narrow commercial objectives would require institutional frameworks and regulatory approaches that do not currently exist. The ethical implications of controlling access to potentially revolutionary historical evidence raise fundamental questions about the relationship between institutional authority and public knowledge, between expert interpretation and democratic access to information, between preservation and revelation. These ethical questions become particularly complex when the evidence involved could fundamentally alter understanding of human capabilities and historical development, while also potentially creating social, political, or religious conflicts if inadequately presented or interpreted. The scientific implications of comprehensive prehistoric civilization evidence would require massive reorganization of multiple academic disciplines and possibly fundamental revisions to theoretical frameworks that currently govern understanding of human development, technological evolution, and cultural change. Such scientific reorganization would necessarily involve not only revision of existing theories, but also development of new methodological approaches capable of handling evidence that spans multiple disciplines and timescales. The educational implications would be equally profound, as evidence for sophisticated prehistoric civilization would require fundamental revision of curricula at all levels, while also creating needs for new forms of interdisciplinary education that can handle the complex integration of evidence from archaeology, geology, astronomy, linguistics, and other fields. Preparing future scholars to continue investigation of prehistoric civilization would require educational innovations that exceed current academic capabilities. The technological implications could extend beyond historical understanding into practical applications of ancient techniques and principles that might supplement or improve contemporary technological approaches. Understanding how prehistoric peoples achieved sophisticated results using technologies adapted to their specific resource and social constraints could inform efforts to develop sustainable technological alternatives that reduce environmental impact while maintaining performance standards appropriate for contemporary applications. The silence of the shelves. In the imagined stillness of the Vatican's deepest archives, where lamplight falls in golden shafts through air that carries the weight of centuries, perhaps there does indeed rest a single leather-bound volume that contains within its pages the gathered fragments of humanity's deepest past. Not a book of answers, but a collection of questions made visible, not a finished narrative, but a patient gathering of threads that someday might be woven into understanding. The pages turn slowly under careful hands, revealing sketches of symbols that predate known writing, measurements that describe a world whose coastlines no longer exist, star charts that map heavens whose configurations have shifted beyond recognition, and accounts of catastrophes that reshaped not only the physical world, but the entire trajectory of human development. Such a volume would represent more than scholarly compilation, but would embody the profound human drive to understand our origins, to trace the long path that brought us from whatever we were in the deepest past to whatever we have become in the present moment. Each page would whisper of capabilities that once flourished and were lost, of knowledge that was preserved through catastrophe and chaos, of achievements that challenge our understanding of what human beings are capable of accomplishing when provided with appropriate circumstances and sufficient time for development. The decision of whether such knowledge should remain in protective silence or emerge into the harsh light of contemporary scholarship reflects tensions that extend far beyond any single institution or academic discipline. The responsibility for preserving irreplaceable evidence while ensuring its eventual contribution to human understanding creates dilemmas that have no easy resolution and require wisdom that balances multiple concerns, including preservation, accessibility, scholarly rigor, cultural sensitivity, and recognition of the profound implications such evidence might have for contemporary understanding of human nature and potential. The fragments of evidence we have examined throughout this investigation, whether they exist precisely as described or represent approximations of materials that might be preserved in various archives around the world, collectively point toward possibilities that demand serious consideration rather than casual dismissal. The consistency of anomalous archaeological finds across multiple continents and time periods, the sophistication of technological achievements that appear to predate conventional timelines, the global distribution of similar cultural and symbolic elements, and the preservation of detailed accounts of catastrophic events all suggest patterns that merit systematic investigation rather than skeptical rejection. The institutional frameworks required for such investigation would necessarily transcend the boundaries of individual academic disciplines, national research programs, and conventional scholarly methodologies. Understanding prehistoric global civilization would require unprecedented collaboration between experts in archaeology, geology, astronomy, linguistics, metallurgy, engineering, and probably several other fields working together using shared databases, coordinated research programs, and systematic approaches to evidence evaluation that do not currently exist within academic institutions. The technological capabilities required for comprehensive investigation of prehistoric civilization evidence would include not only advanced analytical techniques for studying ancient materials, but also global communication and collaboration systems that could support coordinated research across multiple continents and time zones. The integration of diverse forms of evidence from scattered locations around the world would require information management systems and analytical capabilities that approach or exceed those currently available to the largest scientific research programs. The financial resources required for systematic investigation of prehistoric civilization would exceed those typically available for archaeological research, while also creating needs for sustained funding over periods that extend beyond conventional research grant cycles. Understanding prehistoric global civilization would necessarily require decades of systematic investigation, using resources that could only be provided through unprecedented cooperation between multiple funding agencies, governments, and possibly private institutions, willing to support long-term research programs without expectation of immediate practical returns. The international cooperation required for comprehensive prehistoric civilization research would involve not only scholarly collaboration, but also diplomatic negotiations for access to archaeological sites, research materials, and cultural resources that span multiple national boundaries and cultural jurisdictions. Such cooperation would require trust, mutual respect, and shared commitment to advancing human understanding that transcends national interests and cultural differences. The cultural implications of definitive evidence for sophisticated prehistoric global civilization would extend into fundamental questions about human identity, cultural development, and our relationship to both our ancient past and our contemporary challenges. Understanding that human beings have repeatedly achieved high levels of technological and cultural sophistication, while also experiencing catastrophic reversals that eliminated previous achievements, would necessarily alter our understanding of human nature and the patterns that govern cultural development. The philosophical implications would extend beyond historical understanding into questions about the meaning and purpose of human existence. The relationship between technological capability and cultural wisdom, and the responsibility that comes with knowledge of our true capabilities, success, and potential. Understanding that we are not the first human civilization to achieve technological sophistication, while also recognizing that previous achievements were lost through various forms of catastrophe, would create both opportunities and responsibilities for ensuring that contemporary achievements serve lasting human purposes. The spiritual implications of such understanding might provide bridges between scientific and religious perspectives on human nature and destiny, revealing patterns in human development that speak to fundamental questions about meaning, purpose, and the relationship between human beings and the larger universe of which we are part. Rather than challenging religious understanding, evidence for sophisticated prehistoric civilization might enhance appreciation for the depth and complexity of human spiritual development, while also providing historical context for understanding how spiritual traditions have preserved essential knowledge across periods of cultural disruption and reconstruction. As we reach the end of this investigation into the shadows and possibilities that surround our understanding of prehistoric human achievement, we are left not with definitive answers, but with enhanced appreciation for the questions that continue to emerge from the fragmentary evidence available to us. Whether the specific materials described in this exploration exist precisely as presented, or represent approximations of evidence that might be preserved in various forms and locations around the world, the fundamental questions they raise about human capability, cultural development, and historical understanding merit continued investigation and reflection. The choice that faces contemporary scholarship is not whether to accept or reject specific claims about prehistoric civilization, but whether to maintain curiosity and systematic investigation in the face of evidence that challenges conventional assumptions, while also maintaining appropriate skepticism and methodological rigor that ensures conclusions are based on solid evidence rather than wishful thinking or sensational speculation. The balance between openness to possibility and commitment to scholarly standards requires wisdom and judgment that honors both human curiosity and intellectual responsibility. In the end, perhaps the greatest treasure that might rest in Vatican vaults or any other archive is not any specific artifact or document, but the preservation of human curiosity itself. The drive to understand our origins and capabilities that has motivated investigation and discovery throughout human history. Whether that curiosity leads to revolutionary discoveries that transform our understanding of the past, or to gradual accumulation of knowledge that slowly expands our appreciation for human achievement, it represents the essential human quality that has enabled us to build upon the achievements of previous generations, while also creating foundations for future discoveries. The lamplight continues to fall across ancient pages, real or imagined. And somewhere in that gentle illumination lies a clay tablet fragment, weathered by ages but still bearing the faint impressions of symbols that someone, somewhere, long ago, considered important enough to preserve in fired clay for transmission to an unknown future. That fragment waits patiently for its other half, which may rest in another archive on another continent. And together, they may someday tell a story that bridges the vast span between humanity's ancient achievements and contemporary aspirations, reminding us that we are not the first to reach toward understanding and will not be the last to build upon the foundations that others have laid across the long march of human development.